On behalf of Amity School of Communication, I, Poonam God, welcome you all for this FDP program. And I would like to welcome all the dignitaries, faculty members, research scholars, and all our dear participants. First of all, I would like to invite Dr. Jolly Jose, Assistant Director Research, Amity School of Communication, as well as the FDP Director on the dais for the introduction of FDP program, and welcome to our dignitaries. Ma'am, please.
A very warm welcome and good morning to each and everyone. I'm glad to be here today. This FDP has been a long-term plan of our consortium that we would like to have an industry-based FDP. And what would be the topic of it? This had been the last year's academic plan. And we have come up with a wonderful topic that we want our faculties and the faculties in education, the journalism education field, to be equipped with industry skills which can enhance ourselves, and we communicate this to our own students, that is the next generation of students and the journalists. And first of all, I would like to thank all the participants who had been graciously accepted our extending time from it was supposed to be happening in the last month, and we had to, due to some constraints, to this month. And thank you so much, each and everyone, for your patience and extended support. You can't just keep doing what works one time, and everything around you is changing. And another quote on change, and I look at this FDP and the journalism today, what comes to my mind is that every month there is a change, something new is being added in communication as communication professionals. The most successful people are those who accept and adopt to consistent change. And adaptability requires a degree of flexibility and humility, and most people can't manage. For learning asks us to be more humble, humble enough so that we go and search for newer information and keep on adding the information. And as faculties, we impart this to the students and to the society at large. The topic for this FDP is Upskilling Industry Skills for Media Educators 5.0. And we know that we are actually in 4.0 and started 5.0. So the industry 1.0 is, we know that it is in the 17th century, 1780. And in 1870 is this industry 2.0. And 1970, it is the industry 3.0. And now we are running, it is 4.0, but preparing towards 5.0. So 4.0 includes digitization and automation. And it includes automation like artificial intelligence, connected device, data analytics, etc. All of us are quite updated and practitioners of, at least to some extent, some are experts who are in very specifically focusing in this area. And 5.0 focusing on human and machine working together. And we deliver value added task for outcomes. The danger of mechanization is that focusing on human human activity and tend to forget the human values. And here, as journalism faculties and journalists of tomorrow and today, the refocused angle of journalism is to build society. Say 2015, 16 and around, if I remember, the scholars have been proposing journalism is not like we were teaching and practicing. It is not just imparting information and education. It's more than that. The newer role of journalist is to build communities. And here we update ourselves with the skills. The further focus required is that we need to impart values, not to forget human. All technology is for human. That is the focus of Industry 5.0. I, uh, I always recall, I think, of what is my role as a journalist. In Amity, the face which comes to me is Dr. Selvamurthy. The first time I listened to Selvamurthy sir, the way sir connected education for nation building, it has touched me a lot. I hardly hear people connecting that we are here to build the nation, the nationalistic value which we need to uphold. And the second person I recall as in Amity is our own Honorable Vice Chancellor, ma'am. A person, a woman, as a woman, when I look at who attends and be active throughout, is an inspiring personality. And all the more, yes, a single person, our founder president, as an entrepreneur, started and brought Amity to this large. So last week, last months, I visited some groups in Dimapur, in northeastern part of them. And we had a longer discussion with the educationists. They're just admiring at Amity. Yes, it's a corporate approach, but the challenge is that how come? How can one initiative has grown so fast? And I felt so good to be part of it in that manner. And every time our founder present is an inspiration for all of us and all of our students. And I was scanning where our students are these days, have been placed in many places. They trained in the same institutions. And I also to this forum because a few selected students and my faculties and scholars are here to say that our just passed out students got into Reuters. That is one of our achievement taught by me, taught by the faculty sitting here, shared the same room, same, and it is a challenge. Wherever you are, it is in the hands of the uh, scholars, in the hands of the students, in the hands of the faculty. It is a teamwork, that the mentoring part which happens. And ultimately, to prepare ourselves for mentoring, this faculty training development program is being organized by us. And I formally would like to introduce the major themes as the brochure has been already shared with you. All of you know about it. And we have an excellent speaker today. I would like to formally welcome Dr. Rajesh Mohapatra. It's a pleasure to have you here. He's already here. He'll be introduced in detail by our person. Oh, okay. This Mr. Rajesh Mohapatra. He has been continuously contacting us, and I listened to him in one of the conferences. Has really taken up his approach in journalism. Therefore, I decided next time. Yes, we remember we discussing that I want Mr. Rajesh to be here. For our own faculty has been coming for outsource other trainers, but for our faculty and our scholars to listen to, and your talk will be listened will be online listened by our own classes. That is what we have planned for the day. And we have people coming from data leads, and we want them to come. And this the training for fact checking is beyond Google. So Google fact checking, all of us are updated. Most of the faculties, I'm sure, we have been doing it from 2015. I've been doing it from 2015. I'm sure it is going to advance. There are other softwares that will be introduced by this team, and another excellent team we have is from ABP Group. I'm very grateful to Mr. Sunil Goswami and team, and they offer that yes, we'll come physically and train. And say I blocked this date 3 months to 4 months back. We want you here, and somebody industry practitioner was training us to tell the story, the visual storytelling. It is going to be another excellent session. I formally welcome over here, and we have Dr. K.S. Arul Selvan coming from IGNO, and for our previous research training also he was there here. Professor Arul Selvan is an excellent person in training online media research, and we'll be discussing with us the theoretical applications for the faculty to teach these subjects. And we have one more theory. It is a grounded theory. And as he was inquiring, who can teach us the best weak grounded theory? I'm grateful to Dr. Kusuma from um, um, Jamia Millia, and he has to drop last minute because he has an urgent call from VM's office for a project. And we have Pradeep, Dr. Pradeep Nair from Central University of Himachal. And I found Professor is another excellent person, and many of us as communicationists are not adopted to grounded theory. This is the time for us to learn. I expect all of us will make use of this opportunity. And the next we have is the resource person. We have internal resource persons, Dr. Rubaid. I also thank and welcome Dr. Rubaid, our own faculty team here. And we have TV9, Miss Shweta Kothari. So I had been in association with her. The way she trains and practices data journalism is excellent. The Miss Shweta will be coming here. I also welcome her here. And our own Dr. Rakesh Prakash is here. There are our own faculty wanted to have hands-on training on how to do the run practices in the newsrooms. So therefore, we see this subject is also included, though it's not related to the online media journalism, but it is related to learning a hands-on. Is an excellent opportunity. I also expect all our my own faculty team and scholars also to learn. And next one is our podcasting, is an audio storytelling. Who else more than Shika and team here from our own Amity? She has been a practitioner, and we have one more person joining from Red FM. It will be a wonderful. It's not only learning. You will. She will also. The team will also equip us with how to put it on the online, the management of the content, online management. That will help us really make it as an hands-on training. And I would like to welcome Professor Colonel R.K. Dargan, sir, to this occasion. Sir is our own, sir. Like he started the studio, which we sit over here, the entire floor, the team, all that has been the vision and the commitment of sir as the head of the institutions, and sir is the advisor of ASCO here. And for this FDP also, the time to time, for all the nitty gritties I've been looking at, though, from all the papers, these are screens and pitch in whenever it is needed. And every time, whenever there is a program, sir is there. That is a big support for. I would like to thank sir for this occasion and welcome wholeheartedly to this FDP. And we have our respected Dr. Selvamuthi, sir. Sir will be introduced in detail. Sir, Amity's research means for us it is Selvamuthi, sir. And a person who leads Amity's research in terms of science and humanities and innovations, and is a great motivation. Sir has created multiple teams and coordinating and leading to make the Amity as a pure, truly research oriented university. And we are extremely glad the short notice sir is here. I also acknowledge uh, the support and non-presence of our VC madam, or an immediate note, sir, ma'am has to be out of station. And in absentia, I also welcome our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Madam Professor Balvinder Shukla at this occasion. And I welcome once again whole team, our consortium team, is the backbone. Professor Mehak Jonchua is the assistant director of academics. Is already here. Ma'am will be addressing you. And our student head is Dr. Ruhilal. I wholeheartedly welcome. And our head of examination is Professor Dharmendra Kumar. And I'm also part of the team. I'm part of research assistant director research. This is the consortium who works and mold ASCO with the others. And I also would like to affirm the hard work of our own team. We will be meeting them one by one, or the coordination of this team. And once again, I welcome all of you to Amity ASCO campus. Would like to have all of you here anytime you feel like, those who are nearby, any another day you feel like stepping in here, you are welcome. And my own professor has joined, Professor Vijay Lakshmi. She was so happy to join. She is also my mentor. I would like to acknowledge Vijay ma'am. We used to call her Vijay ma'am. I worked with my first research with her in University of Women's Padmavati Women's University Tirupati, and Professor Kitty's brother is here, Sumit. He used to. It's a encouragement. The head soap institutions also join the training, and wholehearted and other names we are getting to know. And welcome all of you. And if you got any concerns, you will be free to connect to the persons. We are very small group. The chat box is open for you. You can always chat with them. You can call. Some of you are already calling. Feel free to connect to us during this day. And I wish you a very, very wonderful learning time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for setting the stage for this FTP. And now, thank you once again. And now I would like to um, call our advisor, sir, Colonel R.K. Dagan, sir. Sir is a founder director of MIT School of Communication. And prior joining to Amity, he has served the Indian Army for 32 years. And post retirement, he joined IIMC in 1996. During his tenure as director, ESCO, he has led benchmarking projects. And he designed new courses with the curriculum and syllabus for UG and PG programs in ESCO. And in 2013, he has set up a news and virtual high definition studio, which not only provide the studios students to get trained in latest equipment, but also provide media houses with industry ready students. So we are sitting in this studio. It's brainstorming. It's started by our sir. I would like to invite you here for your words of wisdom.
First of all, good morning to all of you. It's my proud privilege today to welcome Dr. Selva Murthy, probably who is one of the strongest pillars in Amity now. And what we today see in research and innovation is due to his very, very sincere efforts, innovative ideas, creative ideas, and putting them into practice in the most appropriate way. It's a pleasure to see him with us in spite of his very busy schedule. We have today started this FDP after a very long deliberation over months. I do remember that when uh, Rakesh and Jolly came to me, I suggested some changes in the topic itself. And what you see today is because of our experience, where probably I'll take 2 minutes to explain that long time ago, I got a call from ANI, Smita Prakash, and Dr. E. Rammohan Rao, who is unfortunately no more, that your ASCO students are very bright, very hardworking, they've been trained well, but unfortunately, they have no practical experience. And that was the time when we had no studio, and that is the time when this seed came into my mind that we must have certain practical inputs given to them, because today the media is more of practical handling rather than, particularly in this digital age, rather than writing. Further, when I was in IMC for 10 years, there too, we had set up a station, radio station. That was probably the first one, which was used as a campus radio to impart education and practical training, because radio once again has resurrected. It's one of the best professions you can think of. You get paid very well. You can display your creative talents. It is catching up very fast. So much so that the government is now even thinking of making the FM radio to broadcast news also. Now, we did apply for a license for the radio station, and it was flatly refused. They had not given it to any educational institution up till now. But since I was in IMC, which is a part of the Information Broadcasting Ministry, and I did hold a little responsible position of the level of a joint secretary, so I could influence certain people, and within 20 days we got the license. And this was the time when suddenly our admissions from average 250, 300, 400 went up to 1800. So one day I went up to ANI because Dr. Rammohan Rao, who was the first PIO, was a very good friend. So he was the father-in-law of Dr. Smita Prakash. I said, how do you feel our students are now? He says, remember one thing, that no media house today has got time to train students coming to join us. They must come to us industry ready, and they must be digitally very sound. And that is what today we aim this FDP towards. And that is where media is called an industry. When I suggested the topic to Jolly and Rakesh, this was in my mind, that let us call this FDP, upskilling for the teachers. I little feel hesitant to mention that right. Students are little more advanced in digital technology than probably some of the teachers are. Because firstly, we have got so many commitments. All of you are operating all your mobile phones, laptops, and everything, and you're keeping pace. But the technology is changing so fast that there's very little time. Keep yourself updated with technology. We think that we are digitally very sound, but sometimes when I sit down and ponder, I am pretty old now even to think of learning new technology, 79 now. but still I find there's a lot to learn, which I learn from the students. Keeping that in mind, when we decided to have this, and I'm so glad today that 20 uh, participants have joined online. There are some students here, there are students of masters here, faculty is there. Some of the faculty will keep on joining up and down because the examinations are on, they're on various kinds of duties. And the lineup that Jolly and Rakesh have made of calling experts is something amazing. I'm sure all of you would particularly try and learn from this thing, even if you've got commitments. The whole thing is being recorded. We'll put up the recording also. Try to make the best of it. I had prepared a small presentation in the morning when I thought probably I would show it to you. I came here early in the morning today, though I normally come slightly late. I came at about 8:15, 8:30, rang up my office that please keep it open. And I made a small little presentation. And that's why I couldn't personally come and receive Dr. Selvamurthy because I was busy there. Uh, I don't know how much time I have to speak, but this being the inaugural function, maybe after some time, I have put this on the computer here. Jolly, do I have some time or we'll do it later? Inaugural के बाद कर देंगे. Yeah. Now, in which I have used the word called digital natives. The students are digital natives. It's time that we no, not this one. जो वही दिखाया था पहले, अभी नहीं, बाद में लगा देंगे. It's time that as teachers also we become digital natives. We have today plenty of hybrid learning, peer assessment, e-portfolios, massive open online courses, what we call MOOCs, customized learning and multi-modal instruction, and some unmissable terms in the current educational scenario. Schools have proactively adapted to the new reality and upgraded their infrastructure to tick all the boxes of becoming institutions of the 21st century. In Amity University also we've done the same. We were probably the first and the only one to start when the pandemic came in, to start online education, digital education. However, all this infrastructure that we make, how advanced it may be, will remain futile if a significant chunk of its users, the teachers, are not skilled to utilize it to its fullest potential. That is why this FDP, and that is why the topic selected is upskilling. We got still skill development courses, but teachers upskilling is a must for fruition of education technology. Gone are the days when I started off an IMC, we had only journalism. We used to take classes. Today is not the same. Everything has changed. And it's a proud feeling for all of us that Amity has been keeping pace under the dynamic leadership of a young chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, and the visionary guidance of implementing new things by our respected founder president. And we got a very strong team on top, headed by the vice chancellor, the group vice chancellors, so many experienced people. Dr. Selvamurthy is very rare to find somebody of that length of experience coming and joining and bringing up the university to the level where we can say that we are amongst the top and the best in the world. I'll be talking to you again later if time permits with this presentation. But at the moment, sufficient for me to say that do not please miss it. In case you have to go somewhere, do that thing later. Attend this FDP. I would even suggest Dr. Mehak to spare and the Students Affairs Head, Dr. Ruhi Lal, to spare the students because such opportunities do not come regularly. It's a very time consuming process to organize an event like this, and we must take full benefit from it. Finally, I once again extend a very warm welcome to all the participants and extend my heartiest greetings and congratulations to have chosen to attend this FDP and benefit from it. And my warm welcome to a good old friend, Dr. Rajesh Mahapatra, who probably was with us only for the Maldives training also. It's a very rare opportunity that people like him from their very busy schedule come and spend so much of the time. Once again, Johnny, I extend my heartiest congratulations to you for having thought of it along with your team. And I extend a very warm welcome to Dr. Selvamurthy once again and all the speakers who will come. It will be an endeavor on part of me to come and sit down and listen and learn the new technology that may emerge. We talk of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and everything. I want to learn that too. Thank you so much and welcome once again, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring words. Now, it's my privilege to invite the chief guest of this inaugural address for this inaugural of the FTP, Dr. W. Selvamurthy, sir. Selvamurthy, sir, is a president, MIT Science, Technology and Innovation Foundation, director, journal for MIT Directorate of Science and Innovation, and chancellor, MIT University, Chhattisgarh. He is promoting and coordinating research and innovation in all MIT institutions. He did his master's in human physiology from Christian Medical College, Vellore in 1972 and doctorate PhD from Faculty of Medical Science from Delhi University in 1982. And I was born in the same year, sir. So, and he has done Directorate of Science, DSc from Bangalore in 2006, awarded so many prestigious award and from 5 university in recognition of his outstanding research and development contributions in life sciences. Dr. Silvamurthy has served Defense Research and Development Organization, DRDO, Government of India, for 40 years, in which all the health related and life support technologies were developed and introduced in the armed forces for keeping the health and efficiency of soldiers even in extreme operational environments. So it's my proud privilege to invite Selvamurthy sir on the dais for his inspiring words. Please, sir.
Very good morning to everyone. Honorable Founder President Dr. Ashok Chauhan, the Chancellor Dr. Atul Chauhan, they have sent their greetings to all of us here. So let me start with their greetings to each and every one of you here. Let's clap for them. Let me welcome my brilliant students who are going to be the future of not only India, but the whole humanity. So I feel proud to see all the students who are here and also who are in their classrooms and also online, some of them who have joined here. You people are going to have a bigger responsibility on your shoulder. That is to take care of the 7 billion people around the globe. So prepare yourself, equip yourself with knowledge, skills, soft skills, sanskars, values, resilience to face challenges in life. That is how we are preparing you. So we welcome you, and you are going to have intellectually enriching experience not only in the inaugural session, but this 5 days program is so well knit, thanks to Jolly Joes and the guidance from Colonel Dargan. So today, when I looked at the whole program, I was amazed the thought process which have gone into this planning strategy to bring expert like our Rajesh Mahapatraji and also many other people who are going to teach you, enlighten you, and broaden your horizon through this FDP program. So I appreciate all the members of the ASCO family, Amity School of Communications, starting from the advisor who has built what it is today, ASCO today. Because to build this from the scratch is a big thing. And then to run it may be easier, but then build over it. But then he laid the foundation today for what ASCO today, after coming from the army, serving there for more than 3 decades. So we were fortunate to have such brilliant people coming over here and then build Amity what it is today. Thank you, Colonel Dargan, for all that you have done, not only to ASCO, but the whole Amity group, which you have projected through ASCO to the outside world. I must also appreciate Dr. Jolie Jose, who is now the Director of Research in ASCO, for having steered this whole program immediately after coming back from the foreign tour. She looked at the faculty development program is very important because we bring brilliant faculties like this. But then how do you grow them every moment is very important for an organization. Because ultimately, the brilliance doesn't stagnate. As he was telling, the technology keeps leaping and then pole vaulting from one level to the other. So if it is so, how do you prepare our faculties to keep up with the time? And also looking at the education 4.0, then education 5.0, which Amity is talking about and implementing, not just talking about. So this is yet another initiative to develop our faculties, groom them, and also give them continuing education for them to grow at every moment. So my appreciation to Jolie Jose and also all the other, Dr. Ruhi Lal Thakur, the associate professor, Dr. Dharmendra Kumar, Dr. Mahek Jonua. I think there are two Dr. Mahek here, and also Dr. Ashima Singh and many others who are associated with this, and my appreciation to each and every one of you. This particular FDP is taking place at a time when India is celebrating 75 years of independence, Azadi Ka Amrut Mahotsav. And also we are entering into Amrit Kal and also now having the presidency of G20. So this FDP program has some unique feature. Why I want to say in 75 years, the country has achieved so much. Because I know I was born 3 years after independence, 1950, when it became republic. But from that time, when I see the growth, exponential. Because when I was in a school, not in college like you or university like you, I used to listen to radios. There is no television, there is no digital platforms and social media. It used to be not even transistor. It used to be valve radios in the village. I belong to a small village in Tamil Nadu. So we used to listen. A ship loaded with wheat coming to the ports of the western ports of India, that we were so jubilant. Because 30 crore population at that time, we couldn't feed them. The country was not able to feed. It has to wait for a ship coming loaded with wheat to be fed, to be feeding these 30 crore people. But see, today, the begging ball is now a bread basket today. We are able to even export food today. We are able to donate gift food if there is a tsunami or a natural disaster. So that is the transformation in food security. We are surplus. Cereals, pulses, milk. Now we are number one. Horticulture produce. We are in top three. Vegetables, fruits. So you see the change which has happened. That is on the food security. We are in top three in all agricultural produce. When you look at health, our life expectancy at that time was just 37. 37 years was an average life expectancy of a Indian. But today it is 70. See the phenomenal growth in the health in terms of the life expectancy, and also not only lifespan, but also the health span is also increasing, while we have some challenges as well. So the maternal mortality, infant mortality, everything has drastically come down. Then when you look at the defense, today we are able to make our own defense, whether it's strategic defense, to have a second strike capability from land, air, water, underwater. And we also have the various tactical and the important defense systems, be it missiles, Agni, Prithvi, Akash, Nag, Trishul, BrahMos, interceptor missile, Shaurya, and you name all kinds of families of missiles are produced in our country today, all in 75 years. And also Tejas, the fourth plus generation aircraft, fighter aircraft with digital cockpit, fly-by-wire, and also modern avionics, weapon integrated. So today we have one of the best fighter aircraft today, Tejas, we were able to develop. We were able to build an aircraft carrier. We were able to develop a nuclear powered submarine. See this tremendous change with minimal input we have maximized. Why I'm telling that you have to celebrate through communication. We always look at rape, loot, this murder, this riot. Celebrate, celebrate successes. So many successes happening around. So your journalists, the media people, ASCO, the communication is very important. In the knowledge era, communication is important. How you communicate will create the psyche of the people. So pen is mightier than sword, because that is what we used to say when only the written journalism was there, the print media was there. But today, so many media available today. So celebrate success. One message I want to give all these people in media. When there are small things happening, you are projected first, open it, and the headline news always something bad. When there are so many good things happening in the country, why don't you celebrate those? Why don't you celebrate those? I can go on telling space. We are number fifth in the world now, minimal input. We were able to develop launch vehicle, SLV, ASLV, PSLV, GSLV, and lunar mission, Mars orbital mission, now Gaganyaan. It's all happening in your country, in our country. Celebrate them. Celebrate them. This is communication. I want you to communicate this to the people. Then what change you will bring in the people? Because you have that power in you. You have that ability in you. You have that empowerment in you. So please do that. Because we were having agricultural era, industrial era, information era. Today, you are in knowledge era. So in which you need to generate new knowledge, secure the knowledge, and also disseminate the knowledge. This is where you come in, the communication. And you also generate new knowledge in communication. How do you communicate? Research. You need to carry out research. Looking at the social milieu, psychosocial changes in the people, how do you reach them out to the mind, heart, and soul, the people? Communication. This is what research is required. So you need to carry out research in this knowledge era and also disseminate that knowledge across the globe, not only to our people. Celebrate G20. You have to project what we have achieved. What we have achieved. We are a knowledge power. We are a knowledge power. We have 1,100 universities, 50,000 colleges, and lakhs of schools. We are churning out the knowledge workers to the whole globe. We are number 3 in publication. We are number 9 in Nature Index, 7 in Nature Index, number 9 in patents. And in Global Innovation Index, we have jumped from 81 to 40. All this happened with 0.7% GDP input. That is your power. That is the power of the Indian intellect. Celebrate that. Celebrate that. So India is economic power. Today, our foreign exchange reserves are growing 600 billion US dollars. And we are reaching close to the $5 trillion economy. And every year we will add $1 trillion economy subsequently. That is the economic power your country is. And we are military power. We are a strong military power. And we are a strong knowledge power. Above all, we are a strong spiritual power. which is the cutting edge, winning factor. So project these in your communication. Amity School of Communication should set a model to celebrate successes. All of you students who are now in ASCO, create that cultures, to change the psyche of the people, not only in India, but across the globe, which you can do. Now, when I see the growth of ASCO in Amity, I must compliment not only Colonel Dargan, all those faculties, distinguished faculties who are the main prime, the resource here. Yet you have built what it is today. If it is close to 2,000 students now, currently, and also distinguished. So I compliment all this. Let's clap for our faculties who are grooming this wonderful students across the alumni who have passed out. They are all, as was mentioned by Colonel Dargan as well as Dr. Jody Jose, that they're all in a very reputed industries. Media is an industry now. So they are in institutions teaching as well as they are abroad. So we are proud that this institution has brought out so much facilities. You have created wonderful facility, perhaps one of the best in the country today, which we can be proud of. And you people have done it, and compliments to you. And the reputation which you have built, the film festival competitions are held here. The juries come over here for this. So again, I have attended some of them over here, and then many of the short films which are made are shown everywhere on different social themes, which is of highly relevant. I have seen many of them. Compliments to the faculties. And also when I began Prasar just a few months ago, they asked for 5 films to be made from ASCO. They did a wonderful job on social theme like environment and also the sea, ocean. How do we protect them from contamination, pollution, and all this? Very wonderful film which Vigan Prashar they appreciated quite a bit. And I am one of the beneficiary because you have prepared the Amity Science, Technology and Innovation Foundation film, which is one of the best I have seen. And also the videos, photographs, coverage which you give. So this institution is just not only giving education, they are rendering many, many more services to the whole group, Amity group. When there is a function, whether here it is social function or it is official function, they are called upon to cover them and they are doing a great job. So compliments to each and every one of you. So on behalf of Founder President Dr. Chauhan and also the Dr. Atul Chauhan, the Chancellor, whose birthday was yesterday, I convey my appreciation to all of you and also gratitude for the wonderful job the faculties are doing. One message I like to give in this faculty development program is that you should augment your research. You have done extremely well in academics. Now it is time for me to look at how many PhD scholars are growing. Because each one of the faculty, if it's more than 24 faculties, I would like to see some 100 PhD scholars floating around and then doing PhD in physical full time as well as maybe some part time. So bring more research dimension because there's ample opportunity. Because in this knowledge era, the data, information, knowledge. So, how do you translate them into these quickly? And also, use of social media. How do you use it for social engineering in our ecosystem? Information warfare. Since I belong to DRDO, psychological warfare, information warfare. All this is based on communication, information. Social engineering is research. So I would request all the faculties, particularly Dr. Jolie Jose, who is now the director of research, to give a little more focus. And I would like all the faculties who are attending this FDP program to give new thoughts and also let us not work in mundane things, the routines, run of the mill. It should be disruptive, something niche areas where ASCO should take leadership in this research. So I would like to see your plans and strategies at the end of the FDP at what you will do. The industrial skills are important, as Dr. Colonel Dargan mentioned, that one of the media is an industry, whether it is print media or electronic media or social media. Everything now is an industry, which is making a significant impact in all walks of life. So that is why this, you should now look at what are the new industry skills which you are going to learn from this FDP. Some of them were mentioned by Dr. Jolly. That is storytelling. 15 seconds, you need to tell a story and convey a message. How do you do that? How would you do that? So that is the power of communication with precise, and because your span of attention is not too much now, particularly for the children. So the 15-second storytelling, fact checking techniques, because now so many propaganda, counter propaganda, and also the fake news is coming everywhere. So how would you identify a fake news? You need to have research in this area. And also you need to have the skills, fact checking, fact finding and checking, the technique which is required for media. Then you also have data storytelling, which is another technique. Data storytelling is also very important. Then audio storytelling using podcast. Podcast. This is now very famous. Short ones for a few seconds or a minute. You convey the whole thing there. Precisely making an impact. What will register into the mind, heart, and soul? You have to look at that. That is research. Artificial intelligence is all pervasive now, everywhere. You talk about artificial intelligence, data science, machine learning, deep learning. So, how do you apply in journalism? You have to learn some new skills for this. So, that is where you are going to cover this AI as well as, and the new theories and grounded theories in communication is important. Communication is there everywhere. It's just not only a professional communication. I communicate to you now what I want you to do. Similarly, everyone, you communicate in family, you communicate in the society, you communicate in media. So everywhere communication is very, very important. That is why you are powerful. The next thing is Amity Radio. How do we give a new paradigm for Amity Radio? Now he mentioned about the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, who are leading the country with so much power and also zeal, enthusiasm. He is giving a focus on radios. So how do we now, in that perspective, how do you change Amity Radio's perspectives, the programs which you run? And a deep thought should go in choosing the topics and the method, contents, the method of delivery. All these are very, very vital. So I would like to see from the FDP, not just only learning, but you should deliberate at every day. At the end of the day, have closed meeting for what should be the strategy and what we learned through these lectures. How do I bring the outcome, sustainable outcome, and churning out into plans and strategies for ASCO? So I would like Jolly and others to see that every day you will discuss for at least half an hour that what you learned, the faculties have learned in that day, and also how would you translate that into an action plan to take ASCO to a newer level. So please, I would like to see at the valedictory that how would you do this for Amity Radio as well. Then the next thing is the fake news identification. And ASCO in Amity University, Madhya Pradesh, Gwalior has come out with some new tools. So please use that. See how we can adapt this. Now, finally, animation is another domain in which we have not done much, but probably we should look at how do you use animation in communication in ASCO. It could be another area. Social media. We always think about print, electronic, but now the whole emphasis is shifting to social media. So how are we going to engineer, leverage that media which is now powerful, particularly among youth, to bring a transformation in this Amrit Kal, which our Prime Minister keeps talking about? And how do you bring this social media, social engineering to change the psyche of the people to make it India a developed nation? Now, finally, videos on science communication. This is another recent thing. Nobody has time to read a 10-page or 15-page article, but convert them into about 1-minute film, convey the essence of the salient outcome of that research. So you should work on that. How do you communicate Amity salient research outcome in different disciplines, be it food security, health security, energy security, environmental security? How do you convert them into small videos which will give the salient aspects of the research outcome? Should work on those such things. So the best of ASCO is yet to come, and I'm sure this FDP will make it to come. and to surface. And I'm sure my compliments to each and every one of you that you will work towards the goal. Because Dr. Chauhan has always set three missions which have taken Amity to this heights. The first mission is Mission Connect. You should connect with each other. Connect with people like our Rajesh ji, who is here, Mahapatra. He is the director of PTI, Press Trust of India, who sets the tone for all the official communications of the information, news, knowledge to the people. So he is here. Connect with him. Connect with him not only in this FDP, connect with him sustainably and let him guide some PhD scholars as co-guide. Let him come and share his thoughts separately and sit with the students, enlighten them. So this is connect. So this is mission connect. Have a sustainable connect. And in the process, mission synergy comes. The synergy between what we do, help the other partner, and also what they do, and synergizes our endeavors. So, mission synergy. Finally, the most important mission which Dr. Chauhan has given is mission outcome. Everything what Amity does has to have a sustainable outcome. If this FDP should have a sustainable outcome, that what it will do next 5 years should be coming out from here and should be followed up. So that is mission sustainable outcome. So these things will happen here in this FDP as well. I'll be looking forward to the sustainable outcome coming from this particular FDP. And my compliments to once again to all the faculties, members of the ASCO, particularly my students. You people are brilliant, just brilliant. And let us once again clap for our students who are the wealth, who are the future of our country and the mankind. My blessings to everyone. All the best. May God bless you all.
Thank you so much, sir. Thanks for your encouraging words. And it reminded me when you were saying you power is in with you. So I was reminded when I was doing my PhD and I found Amity School of Communication is the biggest mass communication department of India. It is fact based. When I was scrolling the UGC list of the institution, all central university, state university, all deemed to be university, and in private universities, it is on top because of the number of students, because of the faculty, because of the studio, because of the strength of this institution. Thank you so much, sir, for reminding me once again. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Ruhi Lal Thakur, Head Student Support. She is one of the consortium member and associate professor in Amity School of Communication. Please, ma'am.
A very good morning to one and all present here. So I congratulate the team headed by Dr. Julie Jose, our team, including the faculty members, staff, students who all are working here, and those who are present here as well as those who are connected with us online. So this FDP is chosen a very relevant topic, upskilling of media skills. We all know that the communication has changed. The way we are moving, industry has no exception that they have to accept. If we will not upgrade ourselves, we will not be able to survive. So to keep pace with these changes and to stay relevant, it is very crucial for us to grow continuously and upgrade our skills and knowledge. So we must adapt the changes which are taking place, the data which are very, very relevant. We should understand and we should use those data carefully. So data can tell us the stories, and being professionals of mass communication, it is very important for us how we are communicating to our students, how we are communicating with the professionals, and how we are telling our stories. So by upscaling in this area, we can make data-driven decisions that lead to better outcome for the organization. So in this workshop, we are going to focus on upskilling. So upskilling is not just about keeping up the latest technologies and tools, but it is also about improving our core skills. We are mass communication professionals, and it is very important for us that we should work on our core skills, that is storytelling, writing, editing. So these skills have always been essentials in media industry, and they will continue to be in future. So by honing these skills, we can create more compelling and engaging content that connects with the audience on a deeper level. So as a media professionals, we have the responsibility to provide accurate, reliable, and ethical information to the audiences. By upskilling in these areas, we can ensure that we uphold the highest standard of journalism and maintain the trust of our audiences. That is very important. Being fourth pillar of democracy, we are the media professional, and information is very important for all of us. So, in conclusion, I urge all of us to embrace upskilling on an ongoing process. Let us continuously improve our skills and knowledge to stay relevant and effective in these rapidly changing media landscape. By doing so, we can continue to tell compelling stories, engage our audiences, and uphold the highest standard of journalism. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ruhi ma'am, for setting the tone for this FTP program. And now I would like to invite Professor Dr. Mehak Jonjua, Assistant Director Academics, for the vote of thanks for this inaugural session.
Good morning and a very warm welcome to this FDP on upskilling the academicians. So there are students who are very curious that what is going on. So this faculty development program, we as teachers will be attending sessions and learning, upskilling ourselves so that we can produce industry ready students. This is very important. Especially after the COVID pandemic, we realized that without updating ourselves, without the full knowledge of latest apps and technologies, this education system cannot survive. So from the COVID pandemic till now, a lot of latest technologies have come up and we have to update ourselves. We don't have any choice left. So, because learning is a lifelong process and change is constant, even the fear of change is constant. So learning has to be continuous. We have to update ourselves, and this FDP is especially focusing on latest technologies, which is the need of the hour. We'll be discussing about the AI, the role of social media, latest adaptive learning tools and platforms. So it is a humble request to all the attendees to please be alert all the time and have an open discussion forum, which is important for an inclusive learning. Learning can only happen when it will be a two-way learning process. Ask questions, and even we will learn from these sessions, because FDP can only be successful if everybody participates in it. So happy learning session, and this FDP cannot have been successful, and we would not have conducted this FDP without the blessings of our Honorable Founder President Sir, our Chancellor Sir, our Honorable Vice Chancellor Ma'am. I'm also grateful to Selvamurthy Sir for having giving us such informative session on the importance of science communication. I'm also grateful to Rajesh Mahapatra ji sir for giving us his valuable time. I'm also grateful to all the faculty members, staff members, media studio members who have worked 24/7 for conducting this session. Also to all our attendees who have enrolled themselves in this FDP, and to our students who have always been our backbone. Thank you everyone, and have happy learning sessions.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, without taking a break, I will take only 1 minute break for your breathing because our own guest of honor and the keynote addressee, Mr. Rajesh Mahapatra sir has further commitments, and we want to start the first session, the keynote address on the changes and new practices in journalism, followed by question and answer. We'll begin in 1 minute. In between, I will take this privilege to introduce Rajesh Mahapatra ji. Rajesh Mahapatra has been at various points over the last 25 years a business journalist, political analyst, public policy expert, editor, and newsroom leader. He has worked with international publications such as the Associated Press and Bridge News, formerly Knight Rider Financial Services, formerly known as Knight Rider Financial Services, and before an extended stint at Hindustan Times, where he drove organizational change and digital innovation. If I'm correct, sir. He is now the editor of Press Trust of India, the biggest news agency of India, and this is the country's premier news agency where he leads a team of more than 1,000 journalists and stingers, bringing news at it breaks. Bringing news because earlier my figure was incorrect and you were corrected me at the time of Maldives training, sir. Because I have written around 400 and you were saying it is expanded now, it's 1,000. So, bringing news as it breaks in the field of politics, economic, sports, and everything else. He is also the founder director of Odisha Dialogues, a non partial thought leadership forum that promotes Odisha focused research and advocacy. Rajesh sir studied economics at Delhi University and JNU, where his research focused on political economy of food security. I would like to invite Rajesh sir.
I don't have to project anything. I
Live stream through this.
oh,
Yeah,
I'm so sorry.
Online
Sorry. Did I shut it down? Oh, sorry.
What we'll do?
We can move it
Because
there,
we
na?
have
You can move it there.
participants from Pan India, they are virtually good. This hour.
Yeah, but can it be put there? ये कंप्यूटर को वहां पर थोड़ी देर रख दीजिए. ये मीटिंग बंद भी हो गई. नहीं पीपीटी नहीं कर. No, no. They were asking for it. I said I don't make PPTs unless it is a well negotiated professional fee. So I'm joking. Thank you. Shall we start? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me here, giving me this opportunity. I think it should. I really commend. I went through the program that Jolly sent me day before yesterday, and I mean, I was surprised, honestly speaking, because from a distance, my impression has been that journalism schools in India are not thinking hard enough about how the world of media is changing and changing so rapidly. But when I saw the various sessions, I realized I was wrong. And you have ticked all the right boxes there, the way you have designed the sessions. And as Dr. Selvamurthy mentioned, it's very well thought out and it's absolutely in the right direction. So thank you. Let me, this is also a
kind of coincidence, and I have had some conversations with Colonel Dagan, who I know for many years, that it comes at a time where I have been kind of battling an emptiness within me that I've spent nearly 30 years. And what do I do? How do I give back, the learnings that I've had, the experience I've had? And I have been thinking of putting things together. But then the profession that I am in, your morning begins with, what's making headlines, what we have missed, what do we do? And night ends with that uncertainty is that, okay, tomorrow morning I'll wake up to figure out what did we miss. So we really, and journalists are somewhat lazy. So we are not so organized, so disciplined, no matter how much we try. So I've not been able to make a beginning. So now what I've started doing is I've forcefully put myself, whoever asks me to come and speak about journalism, I start talking about it. So at least in that process, I will probably make a beginning of putting things together. Now, typically, therefore, a keynote address of this kind for faculty development program should have ideally had a PPT. But unfortunately, it doesn't have. But let me thank you again that you are making me make a beginning. And I'm going to be therefore today indulging in some plain speaking based on the experience I have had and the learnings I have had and how I'm trying to extrapolate from those learnings and look into the future. And as I do it, I'm trying to do that to keep myself relevant also to the future. And that is what should be the case with everybody. So let me start with a bit about my own story. In 2009, that's when I was working for Hindustan Times. It was about a year that I had joined that place. And we were relaunching the newspaper. One of the big things that was a very brave decision that was taken was to change the masthead from all caps to all small letters, Hindustan Times. And why was it done? The underlying thought was the younger generation is getting more used to digital formats and they would prefer like lowercase. It was a very bold decision at that point that was taken. As part of that relaunch, the day it was to be relaunched, we brought out a special supplement on the past and present of Hindustan Times. So my digital editor wrote a piece. Print is dying. Digital is the future. I read that piece. So it was supposed to go as a major opinion piece. And then I went running to my managing editor, Samar Halankar, and I said, I think print is alive and kicking. So you should write a counterpoint, and I will put both as 4 columns each, point and counterpoint. So he wrote one. And I put both on the page and I carried it. And I was like, this cannot happen. Well, digital is fine, but, print, what we do is going to be there. My son was studying in Amity school. And they had this concept of newspaper monitors. He was a little kid. He was made a newspaper monitor because his father was a journalist. So he used to, the newspaper monitor in those little classes, they will go and read out those 5 headlines. I was happy with that. Time passed. He had stepped into middle school. And I realized I was getting upset that he has stopped reading newspapers. It was for a journalist, your son is not reading news. Not acceptable. After a point in time, I realized he is actually consuming news. On a few days when I came back, he will tell me about something which has made headlines, and I didn't know that it had made headlines. It's just that his source of news had changed and I didn't realize it. At Hindustan Times, we used to have this market research about our newspapers. So when I kind of gotten into a leadership role, that was about 2011. So the marketing folks came and made a presentation. And they said, the front page readership is the highest at 74%. I said, how is that possible? A newspaper opens its front page. How can you say that it is 74%? It should be 100%. No. I said, who are these 26% who don't read the front page? So what do they do? Well, a good number of them actually pull out HTCT, entertainment and lifestyle. That's all they read. A few percentage points goes to people who actually read from the back, which is the sports page. And believe me or not, up until that time, I had not observed my son. I realized before going to school, the only thing he looked at was from the back page, the sports, and that to football, not cricket. Well, that's when I said I can no longer be in denial. And I approached my editor-in-chief. I said, I want to figure out what this digital beast is all about. And as luck would have it, just around that time, our digital editor quit to join Star. And he said, look, that place is in a mess. You don't know anything about digital. But you know what? About digital, the only thing we know is that we do not know. So go with that principle and fix it. And that's how my date with digital journalism began. So what is it that I have learned? And that is what I'm going to share with you, because there are certain fundamental things that will not alter. We can talk about many things. We can say, okay, how to make the most of Facebook today. You will realize tomorrow Facebook is passé, Insta is in. Then you try to figure out what to do with Insta. And soon you would realize Insta is passé, TikTok is in. Tomorrow something else by the time you have mastered TikTok. So one of the things that I learned very early on, that what you know is that you do not know what will happen. And what we have seen ever since the Industrial Revolution, that every phase of innovation becomes shorter and faster. And every phase of innovation becomes more overwhelming than the previous one. So how do you survive? So there are certain fundamental principles and fundamental trends that you have to capture. And that is what I'm going to share as to what is it that I have captured, which has helped me to somewhat stay relevant to the profession. So the first thing is that in digital, we know that we do not know. The second most important thing, for decades in the profession of journalism, we were used to a model that was based on delivery of content. We delivered content. We produced news, we put them on pages, we designed the pages, we sent the plates to the plant, we owned the plant. From the plant, the newspaper got printed, it got distributed either through newsstands or through vendors. There was a supply chain. We knew it was a fairly predictable thing through which we delivered content. The biggest differentiator with digital is you move in where it's based on a model of content discovery. Content is no longer delivered so much as it is discovered. How it is discovered? It is discovered through search, social, referral. That's the biggest difference. What is the third biggest differentiator that we came across? In newspapers, in broadcast, we know how many people are reading our newspapers, how many people are watching our channels. We don't know who they are. We don't know what are they reading and what are they watching. In digital, while for the content producer, he has to smartly work on getting his content discovered. At the same time, when you go and discover that content, you are also getting yourself discovered by the one who is disseminating the content, not necessarily producing the content. Who is disseminating the content? It's the platform companies which are disseminating the content. The Google, the Facebook, the Twitters of the world are disseminating the content. They are discovering the audience. In the process, they are profiling the audience. Why am I saying this? This is the third thing I started telling my newsroom colleagues, that for long as journalists, we have not bothered to understand the business of journalism. Now it is bloody well our business to understand the business of journalism. Earlier, we were driven by an advertisement model, and that's why I brought these newspapers today. Times of India, 14 pages. Let me tell you, 10 years ago, this is negotiated between Times of India and Hindustan Times. We keep our main book pagination by and large same. Monday is a 22 pager minimum. It's 14 pages, 1/3 gone. One. How many of you might have been in schools? You must have seen Times of India, Hindustan Times carrying those full page jackets on Amity University. Amity was a big spender on advertisements. When was the last time you saw Amity full page jacket? Because Amity is a smart entity. It has figured out that no longer those things are required. Some people have money to splash. Some are fools to advertise. It gives them no leeway. This is about an institute, academy, which sends mostly soldiers, trained soldiers, and the entry-level armed forces. Now tell me, any of those aspirants, would they be reading Times of India? It could be Dainik Jagran, right? But the Times of India marketing fellow has gone and fooled them. I found an advertisement here of a broom called Sarbat Broom, Jhadu. This advertise at least, small little space. Who, the person who is reading Times of India, is he actually going and looking at the Jhadu brand for the household? These things are slowly going away. People are figuring out, and there will be no place for this. So we need to understand how the business of journalism has changed in order to remain relevant to the profession, and therefore for the faculty of Amity School of Communication, I think as you try to figure out how technology, how new tools are impacting journalism, you also need to understand how this new technology is also changing the business model. The old business model is broken. What is the new business model? The new business model is all around data. So as content, the model shifts to a model of content discovery, in the process of the audience getting discovered or allowing himself to be discovered, he's allowing himself to be profiled, he's allowing himself to for data to be populated, and thereafter, the potential sellers, pitchers use that data, and whoever owns that data and whoever can leverage that data makes money. So let me, therefore, today's we did start at 11:15, so we can go up to 12, right? Okay, and then we'll spend about a. So let me say there are two things, therefore. One is how the business of journalism is changing or has changed, and how the whole act of journalism is getting impacted by technology. And where does that leave us with? Let's first take the first one. And there are, I think most of you would be probably tracking some of the best known reports that come out in this sphere. A good friend of mine actually leads that effort at Reuters Institute. Rasmus Claes Nielsen, if you're familiar with that name. And he's been kind of really getting deeper into it for the last 5 to 6 years. And every year, the reports that come out of Reuters Institute is a shade better than the previous one. So, one of the surveys that they did last time, the latest one for 2023 Outlook, what does that survey tell them? And it's a fairly representative, and I don't think anybody else globally does this kind of survey. Most publishers fear that they will not be able to sustain their print production as they did. The pandemic is over, the few rollouts are over. Many publishers are thinking in terms of moving from daily production to weekly production. That's a reality that is coming upon. Many publishers have started shutting down some of the unprofitable things. If you see, magazines were the first ones to go. Many publishers have, and it is also happening in India. Many of our big newspapers had many satellite editions. Those editions are getting folded up. There's a lot of homogenization of content in the newspapers because you want to save on costs of local journalists, of not keeping local journalists and all of that. A big thing that came through the pandemic was when the digital audience significantly grew. Also at the same time, there was kind of a backlash against Google and Facebook for the fact that they were, for every 7 paisa of revenue lost on the print front that moved from print to digital, newspapers or news organizations could make only 1 paisa, and Google, Facebook, and their ad tech affiliates took away 6 paisa. So there was a big backlash began about 2 years ago, 1.5 years ago, starting with Australia. I don't know whether you have followed that news, where it was largely the Rupert Murdoch group, and then it moved to Europe, America, and also India. And I had the good fortune of being involved in India in preparing the note on behalf of the Digital News Publishers Association, which basically comprises all the big newspapers, for the Competition Commission. As a result of which, all the antitrust bodies moved against the big tech companies like Google and Facebook, and that forced Google and Facebook to do some behind the door deals. Okay, we will showcase your content, we will give space to your content, and we will pay you some extra money in lieu of that. Good money, actually. Initially, it started with large media organizations in 2021. Then it moved to the government stepped in. They said, no, you just can't limit it to the large media organizations. You have to start giving it to smaller organizations. So a good amount of money went out from Google and Facebook to these organizations. Facebook has very clearly said it had a 3-year sunsetting clause. Next year, it will end. Facebook has clearly said it has no intent to pursue that relationship with anybody any further. Because on Facebook, nobody goes to read news. Google is still kind of, but most publishers are fearing that will come to an end. So in other words, what I'm trying to say is 24-25 will be a watershed year for the media industry. You have already hearing of layoffs everywhere across the board. That will only aggravate and accentuate in the time to come. So how do we cope with this situation? What do we do? Why are we losing these jobs? So I talked about how a decade ago things moved from a model of content delivery to model of content discovery, and therefore who are the kind of people who came into demand? The SEO folks, the social media guys, right? Somebody who knew how to scan social media, who knew how to craft a tweet, who knew how to create a Facebook post. Those are the kind of, every time we went to journalism school, we would say, okay, is this person witty for social media? Because you need a very different profile kind of person, right? Is this person good at SEO? Does this person understand the search domain pretty well? And what else? Because everything, as I said, is analytics driven. That was the third aspect which I forgot to mention. That 2013, 14, that's what I discovered, that I have to engross myself with analytics. Who is reading? So you had tools like Chartbeat, Google, then Adobe had a more proprietary uh, analytics tool, which will tell you actually, which are the handles from where you are getting traffic, who is reading which story. And at Hindustan Times, we changed our news meeting schedules to morning 9:30 meeting, where we will look at the overnight analytics and say, okay, this story is doing well. What we need to do about this story to get it better traction? So it was all a game about looking at analytics, looking at the numbers and creating traction. Why? Because the more people open your page, what it does, it creates more ad space. So this is the other difference you have to understand between digital and print. Print, it is this much space fixed. In digital, and this is read by 5,000 people, so maybe 1,000 impressions it will have. 1,000 people would have noticed, 20%. But in digital, the more and more virality a story attains, it creates opportunity for the advertisement to get more and more impressions. So the more traffic you generate, the more advertisement comes on your site, and therefore the more revenue you get. Okay? We spent a lot of time, money to build that. Is that good enough? Now suddenly we are finding that's not good enough. Because the money you make out of those impressions is not great. Where is money? Now we realize money is actually where you have information on who is reading, what is that person doing while he is reading, what is his behavior, what would that person want, not just reading or watching, beyond reading and watching. That's called personalizing things. And what is making that personalization more and more impactful and effective? Artificial intelligence. So up until 2018-19, we didn't worry too much about artificial intelligence. Suddenly during the pandemic year, when people realized that, by force, a lot of things had to be automated. And then companies realized, well, there is a lot of money to be made by automatic things. You get rid of wage costs, you have better control over things. And that's when artificial intelligence picked up. So a lot of things are now being done by robots. Okay. Now you tell me, what do I do? Because robots are now profiling audiences. So where do I invest money? Who is getting it right? Who is not getting it right? If you ask me, unfortunately, I have to say this, most of the media organizations in India are not yet there. They are very, very far from there. If the faculty at ASCO really wants to be indulging in some cutting edge experience sharing, I would sincerely recommend you look at the West. And the good part about technology today is everything is available online. Who are the people who are actually getting it right? And that will give you the answer as to how do you survive. One organization which has done a phenomenal job is New York Times. The other organization which has got it reasonably good is The Guardian. Both are very different models. One is a not-for-profit model, the other is a commercial model. What did New York Times do? Very early on, New York Times realized that, look, my content creates the context for advertisers, but I am not going to make money unless I procure the data of my audience. And if I have to procure the data of my audience, I need to be investing in technology. I need to be investing in data. So New York Times built up a huge data team, a team of data scientists, data analysts from 17 people, it went up to 82 people in the span of 1 year. I am a little familiar with this because the person who eventually was hired to head it is an interesting story, a lady called Laura Evans. So, are we good to continue? So, New York Times realized and they hired this lady called Laura Evans. And why I'm telling you these stories? I'm telling you these stories because for you not to feel that, we have been doing this, we can't do that. Laura Evans, incidentally, was a person with Wall Street Journal. For all her life, she did readership analysis for newspapers. She just extrapolated those learnings and she said, what would be the digital equivalent of it? And she brought about that transformation in her, which eventually led her to become the vice president heading that entire data initiative of New York Times. And she was behind the success of New York Times. What did New York Times find in the process? And that's where I'm saying how the wheel turns. I began by saying content discovery, content delivery to content discovery. But a lot of content is getting discovered. What are your challenges today? There is an information explosion. There is fake news. All of that has been talked about by other speakers. All of you are familiar, so I'm not going into those details. What does that make to the audience? At some point in time, the audience is going to come back and say, give me things that I want. Give me things that empower me. Give me things that enable me. Give me things that I can trust. I repeat the word trust. When that happens, it's not mere discovery that will work. There is a bit of delivery that will also work. And that's what is happening. In the Reuters survey of January 2023 that I quoted, one of the things every publisher is saying now that we are now going back to the newsletter model. Newsletter is back, big time. But what is newsletter? Effectively, it's an electronic version of the newspaper, right? Done differently. What is the other thing which is different about the newsletter? That the newsletter actually that gets delivered into your mailbox is based on the profile that the publisher has created. So I know that you don't take interest in sports. My newsletter would have just brief mentions of sports that will get delivered to your mailbox. The one that gets delivered to Jolly will have more of sports because Jolly likes sports. Who does it? No journalist does it. AI does it. That's how things are changing. The robots do it for you. Audience data is profiled. So the future is about a combination of content discovery and content delivery for journalism to survive. I'm not talking about those information explosion will carry on. Because at the end of the day, fake news is becoming a big issue. Where else people are going to invest? I'm outlining this because those are the areas where you will focus. You have got detailed sessions on artificial intelligence. You've got sessions on data mining and data analysis. You've got sessions on fact checking. So there is no point for me to kind of repeat those things. But which are the areas where there will be potential? So how do you combine this content discovery with content delivery? That is going to be underpinning the success of several media organizations, particularly the legacy media organizations. Because even now, It is the legacy media organizations that still carry that trust and credibility thing that I was saying. So when you mention about Press Trust of India, one of the things that I tell my colleagues, yes, people take PTI, people wait for PTI news because we are credible, we are trustworthy. But what if our news doesn't reach them? What if we are not able to find out who actually needs our news? And how does he want to consume our news? The trust and credibility is of no use, right? So therefore, it is not enough to be able to produce good content, but it is also important as to how you understand how content is disseminated and therefore position yourself. And unless media organizations are able to do it in a way that they are able to generate enough revenue to support the journalistic activities they are supposed to undertake, it will become difficult. There are very few media organizations, therefore, in India. Only I can think of one, probably. I don't know if others are doing it. Times of India has started creating its own ad machine. Okay? It's called Columbia. It's a big group. Only big groups will do. So that is one trend that is going to come. The other thing is, I think all of you should take the fact-checking session very seriously that has been lined up today. Because one of the things in multiple surveys that I see coming up from publishers and various other organizations is that a lot of organizations, including the big tech organizations, are willing to put money into fact-checking. So donations, sponsorships for media organizations from all these big tech companies and even other corporates and foundations are likely to see significant increase in the years to come. We already have seen how the fact-checking business has kind of grown over the last 3-4 years in India, right? And you have people from data leads coming in, and they're one of the smartest folks to have come up in the last few years. That's why I said it's a commendable effort. They have developed really good expertise, and they are doing an excellent job. These are the people from whom you can take a cue about how to navigate this fast-changing world of media on account of technology. The other thing is, which is coming up in many surveys, as to what people read and how do we orient our journalists, and Dr. Selvamurthy touched upon this earlier, is, news is no longer about information. News has never been actually about only information. Okay. I mean, many people mistake news for information, but news has not been about information. I'll come to that. That will be my last point, which I talk about what news is, what journalism is all about. Because information is answering the what question. The what question is done by social media today. What happens? 5 people killed. XYZ resigned. Such and such corporate got taken over. That flashes on social media, right? That's already taken care of by what? In social media, it creates ecosystem based on people's interest. Did Messi score a goal or not? I am in that ecosystem of my social media. I'll come to know about it, right? So I don't need newspapers or news organizations or journalists to tell me what happened. I get to know that from social media. It's the knowledge question that your robot can't do for you. The why. And to some extent, how. And of course, the old traditional thing that we used to say, so what? The 4 W's and the so what. Okay? You tell me this story, the government has done this, the government has announced it, so what? What does it mean to me or my family or my neighborhood or my country or my state? That so what question I think as of now, artificial intelligence doesn't handle. We don't know about the future. But that's what a journalist will be required to do. Some bit of how to is already being done by AI. It is already being done by AI. So it's the why and the so what that journalists have to focus on. Why? Why do you think, and why I brought another newspaper is to illustrate. And I think it's not that people are not thinking. Indian Express has got a page, if you guys read Indian Express, called the Explain. Every day they carry this page where they explain things. And apparently, it's one of the pages that their readers like the most. Because explainers are all about us answering why. And what is why? Why is actually a knowledge question. What and how are not knowledge question, right? In knowledge, we are taught why is a knowledge question. So, again, coming back to what Dr. Selvamurthy was saying, a journalist has to look at himself as a knowledge resource, not as an information resource. You have to prepare your students to become knowledge resource, not information resource. So long as they are knowledge resource, they remain relevant. Okay? So that's, and I again looked up the same Reuters Institute report as to what are publishers' preferences. 61% of publishers said in the year to come, they are going to be focusing more on explainers. 42% publishers say they are going to be focusing more on interviews. And that's why I like the fact that, because I know for sure Indian Express also has been trying to rework its newspaper based on a lot of digital inputs. They have this full page interview with K. Shalja. People like to read interviews. They want to watch interviews. They want to see what their role models, what their favorites, what have they got to say. So that's something robot can't do. Robot can't go and catch Sachin Tendulkar. Robot can't go and catch Virat Kohli or Mary Kom. People want to see them. So that's where journalism will still remain relevant. So in other words, you have to keep hammering it down with your students that to remain a relevant journalist, be where the action is. Be where the action is. Now the third area, which is a lot of us have made our career based on that, right? Covering government policies. Now artificial intelligence comes. Or Prime Minister Modi, every place he goes and talks there is a live telecast on Twitter, on YouTube. Okay? And this is something which I tell people at PTI also. Most of the times, what was PTI known for? Is to quickly put out texts, right? News alerts. I don't need a reporter. I don't need a desker. If Prime Minister Modi is saying, even if he's speaking in Hindi, it can be automated. And, news points, some of it also artificial intelligence can catch, looking at past patterns. It may go wrong as to what to alert, but it can highlight. Government policy announcements. If you were to write policy, government announced this, that can be entirely automated. As a financial wire guy in my younger days, the Press Information Bureau will come up with this GDP data and RBI bond auction releases. Reuters, Bridge, Bloomberg, Dow Jones, all of us will be there standing like this. When the press release is given, you snap it, run, and snap the headline. Okay? And who did that better? Got a better market value, right? So your job was, how do I go there and how do I pull it first and how quickly I snap it and how quickly my desk runs it. The entire game was played around it for the foreign financial wire agencies because they catered to the market for almost a decade, up until the time internet came and those data, those statistics all would just go on. Everybody will get it at the same time. So that access to government thing was gone. That advantage was gone. Today, cricket scores, football scores, all of that is automated. I remember covering a cricket match in Cuttack when I was with Associated Press. One Bengali guy came up, 62-year-old guy. He read out, when somebody scored a century, all the past thing, how many balls. That guy used to be like, sought after by all journalists. He would move from one stadium to another and he used to be paid. And all that he did, he had this database on every reporter. And he was valued. Today, he has no relevance. Because one search, you get everything. Artificial intelligence can search, artificial intelligence can store things for you, artificial intelligence can help you dictate patterns with which you want to search things. It can tailor make searches for you. So that is irrelevant. But an interview with Virat Kohli is something robots can't do. Or an analysis of the psychological state of a player at certain point in time. Why did he go wrong on something? That robot can't do because you have watched it. You know it. India Today recently launched Sana. It's an AI anchor. What does Sana do? Sana will read out 50 top news at this hour. Cut. 30 seconds mein 30 headline, right? That is what Sana can do for you. Sana cannot host a panel discussion. It cannot do that. So if you are trained to just read out the ticker, your job is at stake. Market data, a lot of market information. If any of you are interested in stock market, if you look up, there are several market websites. There is a lady, I'm forgetting, Carlyle Bennett. She did a study because all these companies, about the companies, how they are doing, are they overpriced, are they undervalued? All of those things are, if moment you search, you will get it, and it reads like it's written by a human. So they ran a survey of some 90,000 such write-ups. And then they got it checked. They have, what is it called? Like ChatGPT, they're also one of the AI softwares. I'm forgetting the name. It's Chat something. They ran that and it said 97% of the stories, articles seem to be written by humans, whereas all of them were written by robots. So yes, there is danger to many of the journalistic jobs, but there is also opportunity for how journalists can leverage AI, leverage machine learning, leverage blockchain technologies, leverage fact-checking tools, and make a meaningful contribution to what journalism is essentially meant to produce. In fact, the same Reuters Institute report, the 5 key takeaways they mention, the last one they say that in some cases we are seeing the best ever journalism. In some cases we are seeing the best ever journalism, and I've already exceeded the time, and I just want to say again from my experience, the last 2 years of my time in Hindustan Times in 2016, 17, 18, when we tried to integrate the newsroom, we trained our print journalists into digital, we brought in people who could code and create rich data interactives. I would say I saw the, how, what kind of engaging journalism products you can produce. When demonetization happened, we told the story of demonetization in text. We captured the harassment of people standing outside ATMs for hours through videos. We used data interactives to tell people why it takes such a long time to replace the notes. We literally demonstrated through data interactives as to how it takes time to count the notes, put them into trays, all of that. The person who got all of that was empowered. We enabled him with information, and that's where journalism is going. If you are able to empower your audience, if you are able to enable them to add value to what they have learned, I mean, just to give you some example, with AI and machine learnings, many of newsroom processes can be automated. I gave you some examples. You can use AI to analyze data and identify patterns, enabling journalists to focus on creating more in-depth and accurate stories. You can actually leverage AI to bring in more depth. It no longer has to be he said, she said journalism. It can be more and more about the whys and more about the so what, for which currently you are kind of constrained by time, constrained by access to information, but AI can greatly aid that effort of yours. AI can be used for fact checking. It can be used for identifying fake news, right? A lot of filters can be put. Blockchain technology that can be used to enhance transparency and credibility of news sources. There's a lot of potential. In India, we are not at all we have journalists, news organizations still haven't looked at leveraging blockchain technology. By leveraging blockchain's decentralized and immutable ledger, newsrooms can create a transparent system where readers can verify the authenticity of news articles and sources. This is besides personalization that you can do, because as somebody pointed out, the last speaker in the previous session, that trust is a very important thing, which has eroded significantly as far as news organizations are concerned. Public trust is very important to bring back news organizations into the blockchain technology. Can be also used to improve the monetization of content by enabling microtransactions, which can help newsrooms monetize their content more effectively. You can have small tickets. Somebody was talking about 15 seconds journalism, right? Now, 15 seconds journalism today doesn't make money. No producer of 15 seconds make money. It's the TikToks of the world who are making the money. But by adapting blockchain technology, news organizations can actually do these micro transactions, 6 cents, 5 cents, 5 rupees, for news that I sell. Because eventually, if you have to succeed, if news organizations have to succeed, they will succeed on the basis of subscription. And once again, I brought the two newspapers because Times of India is 14 pages today, but Indian Express is 22 pages, because this is more dependent on subscription revenue. 7 rupees they charge, 5 rupees is Times of India. So people have to pay for your content, and people will pay for your content only when the content is compelling. And when the content is compelling, when the content is more about the whys and so whats rather than what and when. So this is something which I want to emphasize again and again, because from journalism schools, what we need to produce now are people who can do more of that. Language processing, natural language processing is again something in the realms which can really help you, widen the access. Today, many of the news organizations are limited to 1 or 2 languages. Okay. You can actually reach out to a larger audience, again, leveraging technology. So what I'm trying to say is that all of these new changes, treat them as a double-edged sword. They can cut both ways. It's up to you how you soften the edge that harms you and how you leverage the edge that actually benefits you. And it's just important that the faculty members, and I think Colonel Dargan said very rightly that, the tools and technology things, the students will pick up much faster than the faculty members. They will always remain a step ahead. Just like my son remains a step ahead. With age, you cannot deny adaptability of technologies. It is proven that elderly people take more time to adapt. So the younger ones will always be. So I would just second his recommendation that as far as tools and technology is concerned, stay engaged with your students to learn the new tools and technologies they are getting drawn into. Okay. But it's the core thing of journalism, of meaningful journalism. That is what you have to impact them. Where they need your guidance, well, these tools and technology, where they need your guidance as to you need to smarten up to say how this can be leveraged for better journalism. That is what you have to do. And that is what something I have really come to admire New York Times more and more in the last 5-7 years, the way that organization has completely transformed. I don't think in the world any other news organization has done it the way they have done it. I would recommend all of you, it's a small amount of money, subscribe them, read them, you will learn a lot of things. And last, I'm sorry, I have taken a little longer, but this is something which, without talking about this, I don't go away. And this is what I did in the past. This thing, I said, ultimately, there is something about journalism that robots can't do. And that's where I ask the question, what is journalism? This is what at every session of with students I ask, what is journalism? And when I ask that question, in the interest of time, I would have tried to do that Q&A with you and then conclude this. But in the interest of time, I'll say I get all kinds of questions, starting from journalism is about providing information, distributing information, procuring information, to somebody would say journalism is about speaking truth to power. Journalism is about serving public with information. Journalism is about raising the voice of people. So all kinds of answers come. They're all true. But to me, journalism is essentially linked to the question of democracy. If there is no democracy, there is no journalism. Journalism is about creating, nurturing, empowering a citizenry that can make informed choices about policy and governance. To me, that is the core of journalism. Alongside that, we of course end up offering many other things to keep our audience engaged, the readers engaged. But the core of journalism, if it is about freedom of expression, if it is about right to information, if it is about creating awareness, all of those things have one common shared objective, is that of creating, nurturing, and empowered citizenry for a democracy. When we do stories, it's about what stories citizens need in order to make informed choices about governance and politics. It is therefore the truth between people and power. That layer is journalism for me. It is the ideal thing, but we know that in real life, it doesn't work that way. There are challenges, right? We deal with those challenges. So when you tackle the challenge of AI, new media, one of the questions that I keep asking, and one of the questions as mentors to aspiring journalists, I would urge you to keep asking, will these new technologies, will these new tools prevent us as journalists from deepening democracy? Will it take away from us the original ideas of journalism? We need to keep telling us, asking us this question. We may not have the answer, but if we are conscious and asking these questions, I think we will stay on the right track. What is the way forward? part of the way forward with all the challenges that we are dealing is, of course, regulation. And regulations will come. Regulations will come. They are coming. They always have a lag with technology. Government will bring regulations for fake news. Government will bring regulations to make social media behavior actions more accountable. But regulations also have their limits. To what extent they can help you, or to what extent they can help journalism or the cause of journalism. At the end of the day, it's the journalist's personal conscience. It's the journalist's personal conscience that will determine. And that's where I said, remember the core question. If journalism is about nurturing, creating, empowering the citizenry to make informed choices in a democracy, let your personal conscience be tied to that objective, that goal, and you will find a way to use or leverage all kinds of tools or overcome the challenges that any of these technological challenges and tools are posing. Thank you very much. I don't know if that is what was meant from me, expected from me.
Do you have any questions to ask students and scholars? Yeah.
Yeah, we can take.
Yeah. So all the participants are requested to send their questions on the chat box if you have any. And this. Okay. Yeah. You can just switch on your video and audio and you can ask directly here on the forum. Okay. Sunish sir has question. So, sir, we have one question.
Yeah.
With enhanced increased state interventions and restrictions, technological state control, do you think independent journalistic voices will be able to express clearly?
Yeah, I think your concerns are very valid. Your concerns are very valid because, as I said, today the journalists might be producing content, even to a great extent setting the news agenda, but the content is disseminated and access to the content is controlled by platform companies. And if it is controlled by platform companies, it is also subject to government control. It falls in the realms of possibility that there can be state control also. And there is actually, for example, worldwide now there are attempts to regulate social media, and everywhere news organizations are fearing that these new regulations are actually ending up restraining news organizations more than curbing people who are creating nuisance on social media. So those concerns are there, but I think this is the beauty about technology. You use one particular thing, and this is not about robots or artificial intelligence. This is human ingenuity that they always find a way out. I would think, despite all constraints, despite the fact that digital has been a double-edged sword, there are a lot of avenues, lot of places that have come up where, and one classic example I would say, I think the blockchain potential is not appreciated as much as it can be. It does have the potential, of course, big state can always come in, but it does have the potential to allow those opportunities which can, in the worst of circumstances, keep independent journalistic voices alive. I am an optimist, and I say that for a greater part of the civilization's history, human beings have always striven for more and more freedom, and they have always won that fight for freedom. They have always won. There have been setbacks, but the world has consistently become a freer world. The world has become a world where more voices are exchanged freely, despite all the attempts from time to time. I mean, I'm taking a long-term view. So therefore, if you look at the past 5,000 years, and if this is the way the world has gone, if this is the way the Homo sapiens have behaved and evolved, I see no reason why we should not stay optimistic. I know the concerns are very valid, but I think we will find a way out.
Yeah. Sir, I hope sir has answered your query.
Yeah, sir has answered the query absolutely wonderfully. And now I'm reminded of this poem of Baba Nagarjun, Shashan Ki Banduk. And that poem goes, खड़ी होकर चाप कर कंकालों की हुक, नभ में विपुल विराट सी शासन की बंदूक, उस हिटलरी गुमान पर सभी रहे हैं थूक, जिसमें कानी हो गई शासन की बंदूक, बड़ी बधिरता 10 गुनी बने विनोबा मूक, धन्य धन्य वह शासन की बंदूक, सत्य स्वयं घायल हुआ गई अहिंसा चूक, जहां जहां दगने लगी शासन की बंदूक. द लास्ट लाइन आर वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. जली ठूंठ पर बैठकर गई कोकिला कूक, बाल ना बांका कर सकी शासन की बंदूक. Yes, with human ingenuity, what Rajesh ji rightly said, and if the human being is determined, then like that koel, it can always cook and express its voice. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. That was wonderfully put.
So, do we have any other question? Yeah, Priyam.
Journalists be considered as the precursors of entrepreneurship, and given your message today, maybe aspiring journalists should be of the opinion, or they can consider themselves as entrepreneurs of mindset.
Absolutely. I'm not a Puritanist who says that, that's why I said it's bloody our business to understand the business of journalism. So I think if you're thinking along those lines, wonderful. There are people who would say, no, I just want to focus on journalism. There are people who would say, I want to focus on how to facilitate journalism. Entrepreneurship is all about facilitating. If you can facilitate meaningful journalism, you are making a contribution which is equally noteworthy. It is no less and no more.
So it is essential to go out into the field and be there with the people as well.
That is also there. No, but your question was, is it
entrepreneurship?
Is it a bad idea to aspire to be a journalist entrepreneur or entrepreneurial journalist?
Yes, entrepreneurial journalist.
Yeah. So today there are many of them who are like Ajit Anjum is an entrepreneur and a journalist. All the YouTubers are all entrepreneur journalists. Ravish Kumar is now an entrepreneur journalist.
And sir, also, this is a
Shekhar Gupta is an entrepreneur and journalist.
And also, if there is a staff reporter or field reporter, he or she also has their own opinion. Like you said, it's about knowledge, and it's about how you deliver that knowledge, what perspectives you acquire, and then how you let people know that. So that is also about being entrepreneurial. Like every individual has a different mindset, but the journalist kind of tunes in and then facilitates this knowledge base, whether or not they are doing it individually or for an organization.
I quite didn't get the question. If your question...
As an opinion as a journalist, and what about the knowledge, what we have to send to them?
Yeah. Look, every person has his opinion and views, okay? Yeah. When you go into a particular role, you have to understand what that role is. If I am a reporter, then I will not bring in my opinion or views into the reports that I write. Okay. I will write the report, I will provide the adequate context, and if there are certain views that have to go into that, I will put both sides of the views, because I must also provide balance. But if I am a columnist, if I am an opinion writer, if I am writing an edit for my publication, I will give my opinion. Then I am not a reporter. So I have to understand this thing. I don't know if I got your question. Because people often, it is a bad idea to carry your opinion baggage as a journalist when you are pretending to be a reporter. When I go out even today. I do go out to report. When I am reporting, I behave like a reporter. I don't wear the editor's hat. When I come back, when I'm sitting in the editor's chair and making decisions, then I wear the editor's hat. So you have to be very clear about what role you are performing. If I become an entrepreneurial journalist, then I must draw lines between my business interest and my journalism objectives. I should be able to hold that line. They should not be mixed up.
Time is already.
I have taken a lot of time.
Sir, thank you, sir.
One good thing is that when you have a structured presentation, you spend a lot less time. Anyway, thank you very much. I think, my submission, and I would be personally interested over the last next 4 days, all the discussions you are recording. At some point in time, I'm sure you would sit together and try to draw up an action plan based on some of these things. I would be happy to learn about that, because I think this is a good way to go about it. And I would have actually wanted to watch some of these sessions if it is getting recorded, if I can get access or anything. I want to also hear what others are saying. Thank you very much. Thank you, Colonel Dargan. Thank you, Jolly. And thank you all of you for being patient, because I overstepped my time, and which is what it always happens when I meet people from the field of journalism. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for spending time here and for this great session. But here we will take a small break for 10 minutes and we will resume our next session with Pradeep. Yeah.
So our next guest of honor for the session is Mr. Pradeep Soren, who is a Senior Business Development Manager in UC Mobile, Senior Journalist and ex-head, Strategic Alliances, Co India, Editor, Z News Digital. He's having more than 15 years of experience in active journalism. Pradeep Soren has worked in all major mediums of media, including web, mobile news platforms, TV news channels, newspapers, and radio. He has been associated with CNN, IBN, NewsX, and Dainik Bhaskar, to name a few. During his stint in media, Pradeep got many opportunities to conduct debates and chat shows on Health for All India Radio, and was regularly invited as a guest speaker for NDTV, Doordarshan, Lok Sabha TV, and Rajya Sabha TV. Pradeep, an individual with varied interest, was a facilitator for UNICEF in training, journalist in public health reporting, and was a lead mentor with the Thomson Reuters Foundation in drafting critical appraisal skills course for health journalists. A pilot of this course was rolled out to a select group of students at the Indian Institute of Mass Communication at New Delhi in 2015. With his vast knowledge and rich experience, he has successfully conducted more than 30 workshops with senior and mid-level journalists in Delhi, Chandigarh, Lucknow, Varanasi, Patna, Bhubaneswar, and Jaipur. He is a regular guest faculty in IIMC New Delhi, that happens to be his own alma mater, Amity University, Noida, and Jagran Institute of Management Studies, New Delhi. Pradeep is also part of Indira Gandhi National Open University's expert committee to finalize about the program content, methodology, and probable study centers for the practical component of MAJMC program. He's a winner of the International AIDS Conference Fellowship in 2016, South Africa. Pradeep was also selected in the same year for Biomed Conference at Israel. He attended the Johns Hopkins Tobacco Control Fellowship, New Delhi, and in 2014 he was chosen for WHO Fellowship for Regional Media Conference, Kathmandu, Nepal. In 2013, he won the J2J Fellowship for 44th Union World Conference on Lung Health in Paris, France. In the same year, he was chosen for the International Water Summit Fellowship that took him to the Netherlands. In 2012, he attended the 15th World Conference on Tobacco or Health in Singapore. This is very less to speak about, Mr. Pradeep. Please, over to you, and we are looking forward for the insightful session with you today. Mr. Pradeep Suran, you are welcome. Participants, you want? Okay. So, online participants, you are required to introduce yourself. Can you please switch on your videos and introduce yourself? Online participants. Yes, it's Neelu. Neelu, can you introduce
Me?
yourself?
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
So, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Dr. Needu Sharma, currently working as assistant professor with Amity School of Communication, Lucknow campus.
Wonderful. Great to have you here, Neelu. Can we have other participants who have joined online? Can you please switch on your videos and introduce yourself? Online participants. Online participants, I can see a very good number here, but I would like you to switch on your cameras. Shall we proceed with this? Online participants, I hope I'm audible enough. Would request all of you kindly come online and please switch on your cameras and please introduce yourself. So we would like to have a guest of honor here, Mr. Pradeep Surin. We hope to have a wonderful session with you, sir. Over to you.
Am I audible to everyone? Yeah. So the session, which is actually assigned to me, was the interactive and how the entire news world is now changing from one side to another one, and which is interacting news platforms, specifically with the how digital platform and things are actually happening now these days. Uh, in my previous session, like uh, Mr. Rajesh already mentioned that now artificial intelligence, and at the very same time the new media, the AI, and a lot of transformation is actually happening in the media. Now, when we are actually talking about the interactive news media, we'll just start with the things which was also discussed in the last thing was Ravish Kumar and Ajit Anjum. Now, it is one of the interesting thing when you are thinking and talking about the Ravish Kumar. He resigned 5 months back, and if you are actually going in his YouTube channel, yeah, if you're going to the YouTube channel, you will also see that in the 5 months he has more than 5 million followers or subscribed people on YouTube. And this is one of the amazing thing, because the now how most of the journalists and most of the people are actually taking their opinions and their thoughts and they're reporting into the next level, where they are actually not choosing television or not choosing not choosing newspaper, but they are actually more and more connecting in the new platforms which is related to YouTube or social media, specifically Facebook. So as a number, because I've already spent more than 5 years in digital platforms, specifically Alibaba and UC browser and Co app, and everything is now digitized. Everything, whatever you are thinking, whatever your number, whatever your advertisement, everything matters. The way the digital things, it is related to impression, it is related to page view, it is related to traffic, it's related to time spent. So that way, if we are looking, if you are talking about the interactive media platforms, uh, YouTube, Facebook, and the platform like the platform like Google. Now, these are the new platforms which are emerging. At the very same time, these are the platform where people are actually getting more response as far as if you are actually going, doing any kind of impartial journalism. Or if you're going for the partial journalism as well, I'm just we'll talk about the partial and impartial journalism as well in a later part. But recently, Oxford University also came out with one study. I mean, that's not a recent one, but I think 1 or 2 years back, when the COVID thing happened, and how the entire transformation of the media and interactive media actually took place. Uh, while as academicians, you're actually connecting with the students, and you're talking about the how the new things and new markets are opening for the students, specifically like uh, when you're going to job market. More and more people are actually get more and more job in the internet industry and the social media and the digital outlet of the newspapers, rather than now the traditional one where people are more and more just interested in just reporting or something. Now uh, I'm really surprised to see how within a small time span, how Instagram is one of the very aggressive and very attractive and one of the lucrative platform for the journalist, not only for the influencers or the brands, but the journalists as well. So day by day, the interaction and the interactive media is actually getting momentum. At the very same time, it's actually getting more and more revenue as well. So if we are more and more looking for the the interactive one, and when I mentioned about Ravish Kumar and Ajit Anjum, if one person is getting for the single every video, if is getting 1 million or 2 million on an average views, it means the revenue is very good. At the very same time, now Ravish need not to go to the platforms like any television channel or any other media outlet to join somewhere. Like there was a rumor that maybe these big journalists can join somewhere. No, now when most of us are actually knowing that each newspaper or each news channel is connected to one ideology, and this is we have reached in a situation where people are in a total black and white. There is no gray. One could be pro government or maybe anti government, but there cannot be the mix of everyone. So that's why like news channel like ABP is struggling a lot of time in between, because they wanted to become partial. But now how the Oxford study is also indicating that the impartial media is now blurring. Now people are less interested for the any specific single mix ideology or the journalism which we were actually practicing for last many decades. Now things are happening. So that's why the journalist, the people who actually wanted to put their opinion, they wanted to keep their own things black and white, they are now choosing interactive media rather than the traditional media to connect with the people. But the very same time, like influencers are increasing, the choices of media, the variety of newses, and for the different opinions in a one platform. Now we are not hungry or we are not dependent to only some selected media outlets. Like initially we only used to read Times of India or Hindu or Hindustan Times, and later on we also moved to television journalism where NDTV and Aastak and a lot of different outlets were there. But now you, me, anyone is not only dependent to one thing. Like the shootout of one gangster in UP was not initially shown by the mainstream media, but social media is full of those particular things. So that way the people who are actually putting their opinion and giving their news on social media is more happening, and people would love to see those things. And now days are gone when whatever you're saying in any traditional outlet, and nobody's able to interact with you at the same time. Now whatever you're saying, every response, every feedback is coming instantly, and that instant thing is sometimes good or bad for the journalist, but at the very same time this is very good for the advertisement as far and revenue as well. So when I was working with UC browser, uh, our revenue model was not only related to how people are posting their opinion or their news or anything, but it also depends how many people have seen, how many people have reacted, and how many people are interacting. So the time spent for each content is more important now these days. And that's why the way you're saying, like whatever post or news Ajit Anjum is posting on his Facebook page, or whatever news Ravish Kumar is posting, or whatever news any other independent, like Akash Banerjee, or there are some many prominent journalists who are now turning into the social media and interactive media platform. They are just reaching it out, not just because of the advertisement, but the influencing thing that also matters. When, as far as the political parties are concerned, the brands are concerned, your own ability and your own status is concerned. So there are three, four, five components which are easily available in interactive platform rather than just going to the traditional one. And that's why now when people are actually thinking and still trying to get uh, shape their life in a more traditional way of journalism, now things are changing. The young generation which is now just sitting in front of me, I think these people will more interested, and I think more inclined to the non-traditional new age media and new interactive platform of journalism, rather than just going to the traditional one. It's not only related to just the interaction and the way and response you're getting instantly, but also it is helping people to get more job and more prosperity and more salary hike in this platform. And that's why for the last 2 3 years people are also recognizing that content manager, content management and content quality, and related to lot of content related the operation part is now only given to the journalism background people. Why? Because they have a good understanding and good knowledge of content. At the very same time, they can actually increase the traffic, the page view, the impression, and then time spent on the internet better than some the non-journalistic background people. And that's why the job is prosperity. I'm very surprised to see that, like there was a one girl which was just having a 1 or 2 years of experience, and she was getting 1 lakh rupees per salary. These are not reported somewhere. Nobody's actually talking about it. But as a head of the strategic alliance and head of the content operation in coup, I realized that the young generation and young people have more opportunities and more optimistic way of coming into the operation part and the internet business, which is more interactive. And that's why recently you've also heard the news of MBA Chaiwala, right? uh, 1 month back, Chaiwala was one of the the big people. All of a sudden, everyone is talking about the MBA Chaiwala, and then there was a for the last 2 or 3 week, he is just only engaged in sending legal notice to the influencers and the people who are actually defaming MBA Chaiwala. But they are not defaming Chaiwala; they are just putting facts. It's up to the user how the user is getting it. But the way images actually built and the way images are being destroyed, these are the things which are actually the part of the interactive media. And that's why media outlets are also now looking in this platform. It's That's why every news channel, every news outlet, whoever is there, is not ignoring a single social media platform. You just name and you'll have it. I don't know what Times of India will do on Instagram and how their interaction is there. I don't know how ABP is actually working there. But no matter what kind of presence, what kind of interaction, what kind of likes, and what kind of comments they are getting, or how many views they are getting, but they are putting their presence in the interactive session, because now every outlet is now struggling with the digital media, that how they can make it more interactive way of platform. And that's why they are not coming out with the share chat. They have account in share chat, they have account in ByteDance, they have account in TikTok. Though TikTok is not visible now, but they every outlet actually created their account on TikTok. Every media outlet is having a platform, account in public app. Now people are also moving in uh, the official platform and as well. And there are so many platforms which are coming. I mean, recently there's a one platform which is going to be launched in next 1 or 2 days. uh, they have already in discussion, and they are just looking at just not because of the revenue, not because of the presence part, but they are also looking for the how they can get the more and more accurate data, accurate user and engagement as well. And that's why New York Times and the Guardian, and these are the some pillars of the journalism. But 4 or 5 years back, they also created their TikTok accounts. Nobody was knowing what exactly it will do. And there was one beautiful article on you know uh, New York Times related to the one person who actually created his account on TikTok. And he was doing nothing, he was just doing some random photos and things. But the international and national big media giants, why they are actually coming out with the interactive platform? Because they wanted to keep a tab and keep their branding alive in the new generation as well, so the new generation can also understand that how these these platforms are actually they've grown and how they are actually growing. So it is not only the compulsion, but this is mandatory at the very same time. This is forced by the pressure from the outside, specifically with the advertisers, that you must have a presence of your digital footprint, specifically with the interactive media. And that way they actually they uh, they negotiate in the advertisement thing. So initially there was a one price slot of each and everything, that if you're going for the TV ad, this is the price for 15 second, 30 second, and so on. But now everyone, every advertisers, every big giant, every corporate is only looking for how many footprints you have in the digital presence, and they calculate and evaluate in that way. You won't believe that there's a one Punjabi celebrity, female. I will not mention her name, but there was a one price card which actually came to me when I was working with Ku, and that was related to Instagram. Single post was 60,000 rupees. That was a unknown one. You won't believe, there was a one ace cricketer which I just interacted, and he was a former captain of Indian cricket team. He was charging 2 crore rupees for one post. And see why people are actually charging, and the people are here who are actually willing to pay for those things. And that's why I'm just connecting the interactive media, not as far as the content is concerned, but I'm also connecting you with the business aspect as well, that how these things are actually related and correlated. And that's why the interactive and new media is actually emerging. I think I took a lot of time, but I actually promise Dr. Jolly that I'll spend more time for interactive and question answer session, because that is more interesting than the way I'm just giving a lot of gyan. There's no point. So we can go with the your questions. Anything related to internet, digital, are welcome. Yeah.
Sir, can I ask a question, please?
Yeah, sure. Hi, Suresh.
Yes, Pradeep sir. I'm worried about or concerned about one part of this interactive news media, the problem of deep fake, and how use of AI and ChatGPT and other advanced technological tools, this news creation in a manner which is of course fake to for whatever the vested interest. So how do you see that? How the media organizations or how as media academician, of course, media literacy is one thing, fact checking and information literacy is there. So how do you see this challenge? Because completely baseless news with photographs and then voice simulation and other kind of morphing, and how it will affect the future, right? This is my question, sir.
Yeah. That's a very interesting question, and because now, because the new students and everyone, in fact, not only the students, but the academicians are also struggling with Chat GPT and the all the AI thing. And I think I after every 5 Instagram post, there's a one Chat GPT post is automatically come, right. People are giving gyan how you can come out with the different AI. See, if you're actually in the news business, and I was actually struggling with Alibaba that time in China, where just wanted to understand, because you know we are as a digital age or digital generation also. When I'm comparing our country, our youth with the Chinese economy or the China, or maybe for example of America, but I think the most advanced platform or most advanced ecosystem is China. They were way ahead the way we are actually struggling right now. And in fact, Google and how the Seattle and San Francisco and California is actually doing in 2017, 2017, Google have actually given almost $33 billion or something. It's a huge amount to London Press Club. And I don't know, most of us actually miss that particular investment on those things. So Google was actually trying to come out with one artificial intelligence product which was in lab, and they took help of London Press Club and London journalists associations, that how uh, one artificial intelligence or one your big data technology can make automatic news or routine news every day. So there was a one article which was actually published, I think, in Washington Post or maybe New York Times, which I was reading, that how uh, in next 2 or 3 years you don't need to write down routine stories for newsrooms. And things actually started way before, but how Chat GPT and things, they launch early, so that's why we are actually so surprised and people are talking about it. But this is not new. The challenge, as far as Sunilji was actually concerned, that how things will actually go with the traditional one is uh, you know uh, if I've used Chat GPT very frequently. I'm actually using it. I'm just trying to understand how actually things are coming out. One thing is very clear: if you are asking a Chat GPT to write down one script for you, one news or anything for you, it will come out with 2 or 3 or 4 this style of things. And in a gradual time, when you're actually using it time to time, then you will realize that most of your auto generated news and things are in a same way and same language the way he was using 1 or 2 days back. So initially we are thinking that Chat GPT can be a revolution. It is revolution, no doubt. But you have to, until unless the human intervention is not there, it is totally random. It's machine written things. And eventually you will realize that you need manual intervention, human intervention, and you need to redraft those things. That's why most of the people are always telling you that whatever AI you are using, no matter it's related to content, it's related to video, it's related to your PPT or your Excel or your any algorithm problems, Chat GPT or any AI can only help you with a certain level, but cannot help you and cannot give you the human touch. And the business where we all are actually working as a journalist or as a content writer or a content creator, you must have a variety. You must have variety. And as algorithms are concerned, Google always detect those things. So whatever you're writing, until unless your writing is not you know not original one, Google will detect and it will get you down. So your traffic, your interaction, everything gets down. So that's why chat gpt can help you on a one go, two go, but I'm still not optimistic with the fully dependable kind of tool which can help you out in a future. Any other question, ma'am, you want?
Yeah. I'm Dr. Priya Sachdeva, and I have a question, Mr. Pradeep.
Yeah, doctor.
That as you mentioned about the interactive media, and we need to be interactive, we need to be connected.
Correct.
This is very much important for the journalism, for everything nowadays. So my question to you is that we are coming up with digital newsrooms these days.
Correct.
And without that, nothing can be done. Even those who are in print media, they are having their digital apps.
Correct.
So what is your take that how the news stories will be framed in the coming times? Like we don't have time to read the full newspaper. They are running on subscriptions.
Correct.
So, but at the same time, if in case we are just having 60 words, just a liner, because in a day we just scroll through Google and just get to know what exactly has happened in
Exactly.
their busy lifestyles, and all the news channels are struggling in the same boat. So, what is your take on this kind of interactive media? Like there are different stories which needs to come up,
Yeah.
and all the prime TV channels, they are showing exclusive stories. So, what is your take that how the future would be? Because there are so many interventions through technology as well.
Correct.
So, since you're talking about interactive media platforms, so
Yeah.
how interaction will be further molded or how modified in the coming times?
So when I joined Alibaba, and that was in 2017, and before that I was working with Dainik Bhaskar. That was a totally traditional outlet. Uh, since then, when I realized and I learned, I experienced a lot of new things in their Hangzhou and Guangzhou headquarters. I realized that and when I came here, I was actually interacting to a lot of media houses. The question which you are asking is, it's not only related to the actual issues, but that is actually related to human behavior. And I actually, for the last 5 years, all the media outlets, I'm just going and asking them that your story should be only 2.5 thumb long. How? 2.5? It's 1, 2.5.
Right.
And that is the human thing. I think most of the students never realize, but just have a look. Whatever you are reading, whatever you're saying, you just write down in a 2.5 scroll, and it automatically goes to your back button. And that is the the story length. And that's why in the when I was actually working with Z News Digital, for all young generation, whoever was actually writing story, I said that you don't need to write on 300 or 400 or 1000 word story. End of the day, the entire media, entire world, it's all about my own consumption. And if my consumption is 2.5 thumb long, then why you are actually spending a lot of money? Now that's up to you. Like in your uh, in upcoming session, you will also learn how the 15-second and 30-second news stories will do. And that is not only the video but the content as well. Our memory is actually getting shorter. Our actually our patience is actually getting low. We can't actually read, and nobody is actually interested to get into the in-depth stories. And end of the day, when you are actually in a journalism business or writing business or content business, you always knew and know, and you should know that only intro matters. Rest is padding. So in just 60 or 70 or 100 odd words, now you need to design that how smallest intro can be, how interactive and catchy your subheading should be, and how your body should be. So it is just like that. The problem with the traditional media is most of the media is actually very rigid to adapt new things. I'm surprised, and you should be surprised as well, that if you're going to Instagram page of any media outlet, they're clueless. They don't know what to write down. They don't know what to upload. They don't know, and just random their open their account. I don't know what Anjana is writing and saying on Insta, and I don't know what Times of India and what Navika is saying, and nobody's interested, and that's why the followers, the likes of these media outlets is much lesser than any influencer here. I think one very small influencer from Noida, she's only dancing, but her followers are higher than the Times of India and Aastak and any other celebrity or blue tick or blue badge verified handles of media outlets or journalists. And that is the story. And I think later part, I think people will realize that nobody's actually looking for in-depth stories.
But I think we need to be back to basics. Credibility only comes with the content, basic content, which we are losing.
I'm sure. I'm sure. See, the basic contents are actually losing, but you have to understand, like how Sunil ji was asking in the last session that how now the real journalism will whether emerge or not. Uh, Someone from the sociology background, he was actually telling me that in every phase it comes, and it's not new in India. Like like how I'm actually suffering, or how my other media friends are also suffering, that I think before 2014 there was no ideology. Most of the journalists were whatever ideology they had, they never revealed. We never wear any kind of our religious locket or something. We never put any metal or anything which can uh, yeah, disclose or identify you by any religion or any political or any thought process. But after 2014, now things are totally different. When you're going to different press clubs, and you realize that it is very difficult to talk to your own colleagues as well, because now everyone is pro or anti. There's no middle path, and that's why I'm afraid. And that's why I think for the last couple of years I'm avoiding to go press club. I'm avoiding to go for the discussions where uh, journalists are actually only talking about the any particular ideology, rather than talking for sense or talking for impartial journalism. And same thing is actually reflected in our journalism. And that's why the back of the basic, I'm coming to your point, is in a sociology they're also saying that every 4 or every 10 years, thought process of the human being changed. So right now it is saffron, maybe later it may be red, maybe then later there may be Congress. So things, and we all are. So that's why back of the basic will come once the evolution, the AI, Chat GPT, their algo, their big data technology, and the new media will actually come in a position where people can mature and talk about sense.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pradeep.
Thanks.
Pradeep, as a faculty of journalism, when we look at training the students, what is the methodology you propose to have this interactive journalism? Can you explain it a little more in which way to be interacted, and how much and how? What will be the content focus also? Both you can mention. I think that is what basically I'm looking at.
Yeah, that's a good question. We were also discussing when your this academic college and this program, faculty development program, was actually came to me. I was also discussing with Dr. Jolly that how we can add few more things where our young generation, specifically the your PG student, UG students, can relate with it. If students are here, the number is good, quite good, and if they are here, they are not actually more interested or inclined to the traditional one. There's a
Pradeep, students are not here. It is 1 is equal to 200 students, one faculty.
Yeah. Faculties are all obvious. I mean,
This is
I'm
a
just-
faculty here,
Yeah,
and we are 1 is equal to 1200 for MAT.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So my concern was the live when the students are here, but obviously faculties are there, and faculties are always our mind. Yeah, see, when we are actually more and more inclined to the the training for new courses or upcoming things, or the ongoing trending journalism, the way of journalism is there. Uh, we need to divide things in a three pillars. One is related to the people who are actually working, the other one is faculty, and third one is your students. So when you're talking about the new media is a interactive media is again in the same kind of platform where you need to come out with the thought process, and in a platform where everyone is agree that new interactive media is a new way of media which is now going on. And that's why the gap between the people who are actually working like me, the people who are actually in academics, are actually sometime in a different mode, because your way of tempo, your way of style, your way of work, working is altogether different than me. And the same kind of gap is actually coming with the students as well. So as a course, or as a curriculum, if you want to come with um, any specific course related to it, I think first you need to come out, and you need to come out with an idea that it should be a course, and there should be a the curriculum, and this is the mandatory things which should be required here. And I think then you need to identify how new media and interactive media is actually coming out. It is a totally altogether different kind of platform where there is no any systematic way of things are here. um, there are social media platforms which are YouTube, Facebook, Insta. At the very same time, there are different platforms which are video platforms like Share Chat and their public app. So once you just geographically you're mapping everyone, and the new AI, that was not a part of things, but every technology is emerging. So I think few few of them is already existing. I think you need to come out with the how we can make a position, or take a stand where we think that these course should be included, or this curriculum and this component should be included. And then I think we should uh, come out with the upcoming technologies as well. And because it takes time when you are going for any course or any curriculum or any kind of new course for students. It takes time, at least 5 or 6 months. Till then new technologies emerge, and that's why sometimes faculty or most of the academics academics always that's why it goes behind the upcoming trending things. And that way I think you can figure it out. uh, there are some good faculties like Subhash Dhulia sir. Professor Subhash Dhulia is very interactive. I think he's also coming for the interaction. He approached me in 2021, I guess 20 or 21, for the same course, and they actually prepared some kind of curriculum as well for the upcoming journalist. And I was surprised to see that there were, I think, more than 100 plus students who are actually willing to come and join, and they joined. And I also took one session there, and that way I realized that the course can be done. There are so many people who are very optimistic and more progressive, and it can be done. Our online participants, any question?
Hello.
Yes.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. How to deal with the problem of disinformation and misinformation in this era of digital journalism?
uh, that's a very valid question, but the question which cannot be answered in a proper way. See, digital journalism, or the interactive journalism, or anything, it may be video, it may be content, it may be short, it may be anything, it may be meme as well. The misinformation will always remain the same. Misinformation has more capacity and more power to get viral rather than the correct information. And there are pillars, there are people who are actually more interested to correct it. But the problem is misinformation will increase in future time, and I think in near future. Like, I was surprised to see there's a one Insta post which I was seeing, that one videographer is just crossing the road, and there is a one car who is actually killed him. And I think that was the virality of that particular video was very high. I think in a million. And though the people who actually created that video got a lot of money, but misinformation actually spread. So misinformation is a kind of the same thing like pani and hawa, and it will remain same. The thing is, uh, the audience or the people or users should be more proactive and more informed, rather than just the people who are actually creating contents are actually responsible. So it's a mixed way. It won't actually goes away.
Means we need to go for fact checking before accepting some information as a reality, as final reality.
Yeah, sir. Whosoever is asking questions, can you please give us a brief about yourself? Can you switch on the camera and introduce yourself?
Ma'am, my camera is not working for the time being, but I will do it in the evening session. And
Okay.
my name is Professor Seva Singh Bajwa, and I am a professor there in the Department of Journalism and Mass Communication, Chaudhary Devilal University, Sirsa. I have 28 years of teaching experience of teaching there in Guru Jambeshwar University, Hisar, Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar, then Punjab University, Chandigarh, and now for last 20 years I have been teaching there in Chaudhary Devilal University, Sirsa.
Wonderful, sir. Wonderful to have you here, sir. You
Yeah,
can continue with sir.
yeah. Because I am asking this because people are suffering from this flood of misinformation and disinformation on digital platforms and social media platforms, and how to deal with all these things. Because a simple person, because we are media personalities, we are media academicians, we know how to deal with that. But what about the common people? The common people takes every post as a reality. How to deal with this problem? My only question is this.
Yeah. So to be very frank, I think Google News Initiative was only formed, I think 6 or 7 years back, only to deal with the fact checks and the misinformation. In fact, I was a part of it, and I also, spent a lot of time. And by I think 2016 to 2023, and now 24 is also coming. I haven't seen, any significant change as far as misinformation is concerned. That's why the check posts are actually created by the government of India, specifically while elections are going on. The misinformation, virality, and wrong information related to any political party or any political leader is always on the top of the misinformation, and people are actually creating a lot of you know uh, graphics, a lot of video related to misinformation, and they're spreading on the Facebook or uh, WhatsApp. And that's why WhatsApp came out with an idea that you can't actually spread any forward message to 4 or 5 people or more than 25 people, and it numbers goes. They actually block those posts. So the responsibility is only not relating or lying with the journalist or not lying with the users, but end of the day it is also the platforms are also equally responsible for the same. And this is the thing which can be fought in a different manners, from the government point of view, from the journalist point of view, from the fact check people, from the platforms, people who are actually running those platforms, and end of the day, and eventually the users point of view, that is also very much important. So it is one of the very complex or very complicated and unanswered kind of situation. I mean, and nobody can give you the right answer. In fact, the people who are actually coming from the fact check, from your Vishwas News in a later session, you will also realize that there are so many foundations. For example, there are no any tool is existing in a Facebook or Google or Insta or Twitter who can identify, rectify, or recognize any video. So there's no tool is there. In fact, when I went to Google headquarters for the training for fact check, I realized that it is very difficult to actually, come identify or check any video. Now the other problem is photo. Photo can be identified. Photo can be, can be detected. Photo can be, you can easily come out with the fact check that no, this is a fake photo or right photo or wrong photo. But videos are one of the biggest challenge. Now the misinformation is not coming, and people are very creative and very advanced and very intelligent who are actually spreading misinformation. So they are not limited to now graphics or any information or photos, because they are knowing that it is detectable. I mean, it can be searchable, but videos are not there. And video search engines are very poor, and we have a very, we studied some frame to frame kind of search, which is very lengthy, very difficult, and only few experienced guy can only identify those fact checks. So it is not only in hand of you and me or common man, but it's a very complex one, which every stakeholder has to come here, has to come in a same platform. You must understand that if any information is coming, until unless you're not cross checking. In fact, our 50 plus journalists, or I think 50% or more than 70%, I would say, are not checking facts which are delivered or sent to them. Then how you can think and you can imagine or you can expect that users and common man can also come out with the cross check. So cross checking is one of the basic thing, but nobody is actually cross checking. In fact, first go, I also didn't cross check that Instagram viral video is how it actually happened. And then second day I realized that that was not a the original video, but that video was actually was created by any good high end software, which actually created that kind of video, and that actually has a lot of potential of going viral. Yeah, please read it.
Hello.
Question for you is from our participant that digital newsrooms are the need of and the need to put news quickly has significantly diluted the stringent process of copy editing, which has therefore increased errors in the news published on the portal. How do we in these times look at the process of editing, and how do we teach it in classes so that it can be so that it's relevant?
So initial when I actually joined Z Digital, um, uh, I would, I would accept it, and without any, hesitant that, I think in my every 10 stories or every story, there was, I think, 4 or 5 mistakes. And that was also written by me, which is actually, who was actually having more than 18 plus of experience. So, the question, which is error, mistakes, spelling mistakes, these are the one of human things which are actually, here. And I'm not quoting any media outlet, but you just go and just check any big media outlet. See, the challenges are they are remaining same. You have very small time. In just 8 hours of your job, you need to file at least 10 to 12 stories every day, maybe 16 sometime. So the pressure of each news writer or content writer or news editor is having is very difficult. At the very same time, you are not only looking for the news or quality or the spelling checks, but then also you are you have to search out with the right keywords, then hashtags, then some very good catchy interesting headlines as well, and then subheading. Then also you need to choose photos. In the digital age, sometimes people are thinking that the salary and prosperity and career is very high, very good, very lucrative, very attractive, but beyond that there are some you know on ground challenges which are here. Now for the spelling checks, spelling errors, I think there are some some there are some tools, specifically it's very easy to identify spelling mistakes and things in English. But I think for Hindi, that is one of the biggest challenge, because in the Hindi or any other vernacular language, I mean, it is very difficult to identify because they don't have developed tools which can identify your spelling mistakes or errors. And you have very short time. I think in only half an hour you need to write down one story with the all the elements which I already asked told you. So I think it will remain here, though the chances of chances of error can be reduced only by increasing your copywriters. And I think you can assign 2 or 3 more people. So whatever people are actually writing, there are people who are actually reading your story first in a random way, and then it goes. Because the people, and I'm just giving you the practical example, and I'm accepting it because I also did a lot of mistakes. That when you're writing story, you're in a totally in a different zone where you're just reading stories, and you always realize that whatever you wrote, it's already right. But when you publish it, and then someone is actually indicating your mistakes, and then you realize that no, there is a mistake. So I think uh, that can be only done. One is autocorrect, the other one is you must have at least some proofreaders who can at least sit and just have a random look on your story, whether it has a meaning or it has some another meaning of the story. And then only I think it can be rectified. I don't think any other way out to solve this problem.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
This is Mr. Amaya Bal from Somaya College, Mumbai.
Yeah.
I am a media communication professor from last 13 years.
Yeah.
Sir, my question here is a little different. That the role of users becoming participant and performer of the news in digital era, how you could conclude or how you put a light on it?
See, as a content creator, I used to think on a same way, like how you and me are actually thinking, that the users, end of the day, end users are responsible for it, whether they are consuming content or not, or that. But while I was working for the last, I think 4 or 5 years in the internet industry, and specifically with the apps and browser, I realized that you can't just throw any responsibility or put any responsibility to the end user as well, because end user is also getting the content which was already provided by the content creator. But beyond the provider creator and the content creator and the platform, there are so many elements which are actually here, and which can be used, or we can come out with the tools which can actually put some kind of gates, some kind of barricades, some kind of checks for the end user. And uh, you know at a place like India, where still more than 20% families or 20% kids are dying because of lack of immunization. See, that is one of the simplest thing which I actually asked someone somewhere back, that uh, uh, five up to 5 years of the kid, you know uh, it is one of the easiest way to help them not to die, if you're actually giving them the proper immunization for 9 months. That is one a simple thing, just ministry have actually started, but still people are not believing it. And if I'm not mistaken, if I'm not actually wrong, I think for the immunization, I'm watching ads in Doordarshan and the any other platform or any other thing for the last, I think, more than 30 years since TV launched. That you must take your kid to the hospital for the immunization, and still people are not following those things. I mean, those ads were so rampant, so everywhere it is there. And that's why I'm just giving you an example, that the users is still not too much matured. No matter how educated they are, you won't believe, I got lot of messages related to misinformations, hatred messages from very prominent, very eminent, professors, IAS officers, IPS, in fact, politicians. They are, most of them are always in your contacts for the last couple of decades, and they are also, sending those messages to us, and you're always surprised at how that fellow can forward or send that message to me, which in a prima facie, or the first look, it looks like it's a fake. And that fellow was also was one educated person, right? So the internet literacy and online literacy and the social media literacy is altogether different. It is not meant to the education. It is not meant to the the social status or the socio-economic background. So it is very complicated one, and that's why I am still believing, as a content creator, as a platform, I always believe, and I always believe that the first 2 3 4 checkmates should come out from the platform and the content user, and then it goes. And if there are people, then the fact check comes, where the fact check things are coming and they're helping you out whether it's true or not. But how many people are actually going again back to the Google and just checking whether this information or this video or this infographic is right or not? Nobody's checking. And that's why we have already created WhatsApp University. So WhatsApp University is all about without fact check, without any information. People are just randomly sending something that Gita में लिखा था कि ऐसा होना है, हो गया. Nobody is knowing लिखा भी था या नहीं लिखा था. And that is the problem. It's not only Gita, it's Quran, it's Bible. And in any country, I think the same misinformation pattern and things are happening. And when we are struggling and talking about the user and how responsible user or end user is there, the same challenges is faced by the US or any other country.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Anyone has any questions? So we are just taking up the last question from you. Yeah. Do you have? Can you please give him the mic?
After that, personally, he can.
Acha, you can connect personally? Okay. So we would like to thank Mr. Pradeep Surin for a wonderful and insightful session. And the way he has explained interactive media is wonderful, because nowadays that is a need of the hour, that how transformation has happened actually. And we are just evolving with the new technical things coming up every day. And the basic agenda behind this FTP is also to get to know the latest things happening in the technology nowadays. And I would like to thank from our team to Mr. Pradeep Surin for such an insightful session. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us.
Thank you so much all for having me here. This one is
after that? Okay. So I would like to announce one lunch break in between this session. Then we'll take up our next guest. Though the guest is with us, Ms. Devika Chivar. We are welcoming you here, and we'll welcome you in detail. And nicely, we'll welcome you again. We'll resume the session after 15 minutes. So please be here in 15 minutes. Thank you so much. I hope all the online participants have joined, because we are having short of time. So it is started. We are just calling our guest of honor. She's with us, Ms. Devika Chibar. So I would like to give you a brief about Devika. Devika Chibar is an experienced journalist and a PhD scholar specializing in the implications of artificial intelligence and Indian journalism from Amity University, Noida, India. Her research focuses on exploring the intersection of AI and journalism, understanding the changing role of editors in Indian newsrooms, and how technology can be leveraged to enhance news reporting, fact checking, and storytelling in the digital age. With an extensive experience of 15 years both in India and US, she has worked with reputed brands like Z News, Bhaskar, News Nation, India West, Los Angeles, California, and Microsoft News. She is currently working with Dainik Jagran fact checking wing Vishwas News as a media literacy trainer. Devika intends to use her knack for adaptive technology to build the future of credible and progressive journalism in India. An advocate for the responsible and ethical use of AI in journalism, she is keen on the importance of perception, transparency, accountability, and community management. With her expertise in journalism and content research in AI, Devika is at the forefront of driving innovation in the field of media and technology. We welcome you here, Ms. Devika. Over to you. We are looking forward to an insightful session from you. You want to take a sound out? No, that's yeah, please. Online participants, I hope you are there with us. So we would like you to introduce yourself. Please switch on your cameras and please introduce yourself.
Hello, this is Mr. Amaya Bal, Assistant Professor, Media Communication, SK Somaya College, Somaya University, Mumbai.
Yes, next participant. Miss Archana, you are not audible. Still not audible.
Archana ji, you please unmute yourself. Okay, in the meanwhile.
Yeah, Mr. Suneet Mukherjee.
Yeah, good afternoon to all of you. I'm Suneet Mukherjee. I'm faculty in the Department of Journalism and Mass Communication, Maharshi Dhyanand University, Rohtak, and also the Director of Public Relations of the university.
Wonderful, sir. Next participant.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Dr. Neelu, currently working as Assistant Professor at Amity School of Communication, Lucknow.
Miss Archana, still not audible. Dr. Archana, you are not audible.
Hello.
You need to check your audio settings, Miss Archana.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, sir.
Yes, I'm Professor Seva Singh Bajwa, professor there in the Department of Journalism and Mass Communication, Chaudhary Devilal University, Sirsa. I'm former chairperson of the department and director community radio station Sirsa, apart from public relation officer of the university.
Wonderful, sir. Next participant.
Hello, myself.
Request all the participants to kindly switch on their cameras.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Myself, Clifford, from Kumaraguru College of Liberal Arts, Tamil Nadu, Coimbatore. I'm an assistant professor.
Okay. Next participant.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon,
My
everybody.
name is,
This is Anushka Srivastav. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. This is Anushka Srivastav, research scholar at the Department of Culture and Media Studies, Central University of Rajasthan.
Yes, next participant.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Dr. Ikawanda Saibon from Mass Media Department, St. Anthony's College, Shillong.
Yes. Next participant. Yeah, yeah. So we are resuming the session with Miss Devika, and then we'll take it up later. Yes, Miss Devika, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the lovely introduction. And so, beginning with my session, yesterday when I was preparing this presentation and racking my brains about what should I actually present, because AI is a global phenomena and everyone is talking about AI, artificial intelligence. Kya hai? Artificial intelligence. Is it Hello? Yeah, that works. कि artificial intelligence क्या है? Everyone is worried about. People are thinking jobs जाएंगे. बहुत सारे discussions global platforms पे चल रहे हैं. So I was was racking my brains to think कि क्या मैं ऐसा present करूं जो okay. So English would be better. All right. And so I have an 11-year-old daughter, and I just simply asked her, do you know about what is AI? Do you understand what is AI? And she told me, yes. I have a chapter in my computer science book about AI, and it is artificial intelligence. So I was like, wonderful. But do you actually understand what is AI? I mean, everyone is talking about. So what do you understand by it? She's like, it's the usage of machines. Machines हमारा काम easy कर देती हैं. Machines help us in reducing the workload. That's what she answered. Then I was like, if you think that machines are going to easy our workload, then what are we going to do? हम क्या करेंगे? अगर machines हमारा काम easy कर देंगी, तो आपको लगता है कि हमारे लिए कुछ काम बचेगा? And there she was a little lost. So, but she gave me a very beautiful example. कि when I asked about AI, her about AI, she was like कि जैसे हम maths मम्मा मुझे calculate करना होता है, तो अभी calculator होता है. We use calculator. पहले जब हम छोटे थे, तो हम 1 2 3 4 करके calculate करते थे. So to share that example, कि when we were in primary schools, we used to have those dandi बना करके we used to count कि 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 plus 2 is 9. Then we started counting on the fingertips. Later, we started using calculators. Then came Excel sheets, Microsoft Excel when we were in colleges. But I remember that my whole presentation went off because I didn't save that presentation, जो Microsoft की होती थी. And while I was working in US, I came across Google spreadsheets, जहाँ पे अपने आप save हो जाता था. So automation and AI has been a part of our life in everything you see around. Everything from your smartphones to your OTTs to Google Maps, which you use, everything is there. AI is there in everything. And so for today's topic, I'll be probably covering the basics of AI. What is artificial intelligence? When did it come into existence? Why is the need for AI? And where is it implemented? Who will be impacted? I'll be speaking mostly in terms of journalism because I am from journalism, and how to help others deal with it. So, what is AI? Artificial intelligence, basically, we have human intelligence. And artificial intelligence is something which is probably machines mimicking us in some manner. We are training the machine to do certain acts which we don't want to do, which is monotonous for us, which is probably boring for us. And we are training the machines to act in that manner. So it refers to the ability of machines to perform tasks that typically require human intelligence, as visual perception, speech recognition, decision making. And how it is usually done? Usually there's a human who's working behind it. There's data with the social media and stuff. There's lots and lots of data. Big data is there. So we use that data. There are algorithms, software, hardware. And that's how the whole thing is done. So the major difference which nowadays which you're seeing, especially after Chat GPT coming into the scene, is earlier we were talking about automation. Automation is generally where a set of codes are implied to a particular program. And maybe like for data entry, the Excel sheets which you do, that all has automation. But when the machine starts learning from the programs which are included, and it starts learning from whatever we are training them to be, then it turns into generative AI, which is what people are talking about, ChatGPT. Basically automation क्या है कि हमने एक particular set of code दिया मशीन को, मशीन उसको repetitive perform करती रहेगी. जैसे आप एक्सेल में कॉम कैट एंड ऑल ऊपर फॉर्मूला लगाते हो, वो रेपिटेटिव टास्क हो रहा है. देयर इज अ सेट ऑफ कोड. बट इफ आई प्रोबेबली एक्सेल में ऐसा कुछ मैकेनिज्म आ जाए जहां पे मैं बोलूं कि मैंने कुछ टेक्स्ट इंसर्ट किया और वो उसको पिक्चर में कन्वर्ट कर दे. ओके. If it converts totally, if it converts it into pictographs or probably some other video it converts it into, then probably it is using generative AI because it is being trained into that form. History of AI, it has been there since 1943. 1943, the first work which is recognized as AI was done by Warren McCullen and Walter Pitts in 1943. I mean, that's the PhD scholar in me taking out some history from it. Then year 1950, Alan Turing, an English mathematician who pioneered machine learning, developed the Turing test that can check the machine's ability to exhibit intelligent behavior. 56, artificial intelligence term was coined for the first time by computer scientist John McCarthy at the Dartmouth conference. Now 66 had, Joseph Wainsberg created the first chatbot. I mean, chatbots we all know, right? Chatbots kya hote hain? So the first chatbot was created back in 1966. And by AI winter, first AI winter, we mean because AI involves a lot of infrastructural costs, there's a lot of money involved. And many people did not understand the whole mechanism and they did not want to invest. So we saw the first AI winter from 1974 to 1980. And the second AI winter was from 1987 to 1993. Beyond that, so many things came up. It was IBM Deep Blue had beaten World Chess Champion in 97. Algorithms came into picture, Facebook, Twitter, all the social media. You see something on Nika and it starts reflecting on your Facebook page. That's all algorithm. That's all machine learning. So that started happening around 2006. And post that, things have been changing. But in journalism and media, we specifically speak about, it started happening somewhere around 2017-18 because Google decided to bring up Google News Initiative. And Google News Initiative got in touch with many other partners. India, they have data leads. And there are many other Poynter University in Florida. So there are several organizations that started working around 2018 under the umbrella of something which Google was working upon. So why the need of AI? Can someone tell me? Anyone sitting here, if I can ask the participants here? Why do we need automation? Why do we need AI? Anyone? Anyone from the people who are there at in the Zoom? Well, I personally think it's because of data. There's lots and lots of data, and we want to manage that data. Commercialization is there. We want to manage that data to probably fulfill the current demands as well as create more demands because it's a commercial market. You don't need shampoo probably, but you buy shampoos every month because your hair would get bad. Earlier there were soaps, earlier there was something else. So big data and increasing complexity in several domains has pushed the market to adopt automation specifically. And with the help of automation, there's increased efficiency. I'm going to talk about that in the next slide. But with generative AI, if I specifically talk about, I've explained so far, but anyone can again explain me what is generative AI? Has anyone used ChatGPT over here? ChatGPT 3.5 or the 4.1? 3.5. 4 में खरीदना पड़ेगा आपको. You have to pay some amount to buy ChatGPT 4 or Microsoft Copilot, Bard AI. Have you heard about that? You haven't used Bard AI is still is an experimental phase. Microsoft Copilot has been launched, but just yesterday I was trying to find it out, but it's still not available in India. I was trying to purchase it. It's available on Microsoft 365 app, but it's not available in India so far. But ChatGPT 4, you can pay $20. That comes to around 1,800 rupees or something per month, and you can get it. So, automation has been there forever. But why this generative AI is the speak of the hour, basically? Because every newsroom, every news organization is trying to, they all have the same data. Every newsroom has the same data. And they want to utilize that same data in some other manner. So there's personalization, there's summarization, there is automation of reporting. There are so many other things. So these are some examples of basic artificial intelligence. We know about chatbots. We know about smart assistants, Siri, Alexa, we have that. E-payments, Paytm uses it. Search algorithms, your social media. Media streaming. But media streaming, what do we understand here? Yes. So basically, these are the places where automation is being used. And when I say smart assistants, so when we use our phone, we have Siri, Apple phones have Siri. Your voice is recognized, it is converted through NLP and other mechanisms. There are algorithms, and it gives you, if you want to contact someone, you just put your finger on the dashboard and say, Siri, hey Siri, please call so and so, please call Priya Sachdeva. It is going to call that particular person. So that's how smart artificial intelligence is built in them, through algorithms. And the algorithms are basically the data which is fed into the machine. The process is very simple. Usually people think that AI is in comparison to Terminators nowadays. You all are in college. I'm not sure how you people see AI, but usually in the market, people feel that AI is going to take your jobs away. But how is it going to take your job away? It's just a tool. It's just another tool. How can it's not Terminator? There are 3 types of AI: ANI, AGI, ASI. Artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence. Right now, we are still stuck with artificial narrow intelligence. Artificial general intelligence would be when the machines start understanding emotions. It has been happening in some of the other places. Sometimes the machines started reverting through ChatGPT. They started reverting back to us in form of emotional, angry statements. There were certain theories, certain messages going across. So smart cars, Tesla, we have all heard about Tesla. Navigation apps, Google Maps. Your Google Maps include algorithms. Facial recognition, Samsung phones, your Apple phones all has that facial technology. You just put your phone in front of your face and the phone opens. And text editors and social media feeds. Where is it implemented in media? So far in media, we are still, especially in Indian newsrooms, we are still working around automation. So automated reporting is there. I'll share certain examples where all it is being used. Then chatbots and virtual assistants are there. Social media monitoring, breaking news and all we monitor through social media. There the algorithms are involved. Content creation, just few days back, there was a story by Webcoof. Sorry, not Webcoof, the Quint. As well as there was one story which was published by Jagran where we actually took inputs from ChatGPT. And that story was written by ChatGPT. And we had, so this is just one example, rare 1 or 2 examples which are happening. But people have started using ChatGPT. In fact, I know of people in Times where they actually put the story, they write a story, they put the inputs in ChatGPT and they ask for better suggestions. How can we make the story better? So ChatGPT is all about generative AI because we are feeding in the content and it is taking in the mechanism, mapping it out in the form of sentiments and your nouns, pronouns, subjects, and it is creating a better content for you. Personalization and summarization, newsletter concept is very common in newsrooms where probably there are 5 news of Mr. Modi and it is going to pull the summary out of those 5 stories and bring it to you in a summarized manner. Then audience engagement, Google Analytics, Chartbeat we use. Tambola, there's another app which is used in newsrooms. Speech to text and transcription, we have Jasper, we have Grammarly, we have Copy.ai. I mean, people who are into content writing business, they're using these things. Deepfakes detection, that's where fact checking and verification comes in, as the speaker before me was talking about. So when we do fact checks, I am into the business of fact checking and verification. And how do we do a fact check? Of course, at Vishwas, we have this SOP of taking a physical interview, try to reach that particular person who has created that story. We try to reach them in some or the other manner. But other than that, we have tools. InVid we are able to check photos, videos on that particular tool. Videos is what? It's all about keyframes. So we just pick out the keyframes, we put it on those particular tools, and it gives out certain related images, and we try to identify ki ye story kitni purani hai, kitni nahi hai. Other than that, like for deepfakes, there are many smaller apps. There's Hugging Face. There is Hive Moderation, where you can put AI generated content into that particular tool, and you will get to know that this particular picture is probably 80% AI generated or 99% AI generated. We have those tools. That's how we do fact checks. But as the speaker before me said, it's still very, we are still in very nascent stages. It is very difficult to identify misinformation and disinformation, but deepfake detection is done through algorithms. InVid tool works on algorithm. InVid probably will be coming up with something about deepfake soon, and it will include those algorithms. And what is algorithm? Probably in a machine. I mean, this example is very common. I'm not sure if you all have heard it or not, but if you have a cat and you take a picture of that cat, put it in the machine through coding, of course. There's coding, there's Python, there are other languages involved. I will not go into that. You don't have to learn everything for being a journalist. You just you should know how to use it. So if you put that picture into the machine and you keep putting many other pictures of different types of cats, different breeds of cats, after a while, through the mapping technique is what? It will just try to identify the features, or probably if you put in text, it will try to identify the nouns, pronouns, name, place, animal, thing, whatever is involved in that subject. Other than that, it will identify the sentiment. So for verification, that's what different companies are doing. They're trying to identify that if this particular paragraph has abuse, has any slang, has any angry word. So mapping is basically that. They just map the content in easy words, if I tell you. There's just mapping of the content. And obviously there's a lot of data. Data is fed into the machine. You map the content. And after that, the machine gives you an output. And then this whole process is repeated thousands and millions of times. That's how you train the machine. So I remember back in 2020, I was working for this project of Microsoft, which was about comment moderation. That was time pe US elections the. I think 2020, it was Donald Trump's elections. And Microsoft wanted to prevent hate speech and abuse in their comment moderation, in their comments, because their whole MSN page was already AI curated. AI was brought in, AI curates. Today, if you open msn.com, it is not curated by any human. There are machines behind it. Every 5 minutes, the stories will change. But the comment section, it is still curated by human editors. The project is still with HCL and Accenture because humans are writing those comments. It is difficult to train the machine. I mean, we worked on that particular thing for 1.5 years, and other organizations worked on that particular technique for another 2 years, but still the training is going on. The data is still being trained. Comments coming from the users is still being trained. So machines are being trained continuously. These are some of the examples how automation is still used in different organizations across the world. Have you heard about India Today's Sana? The new anchor Sana at India Today? Anyone has heard? Sana is what?
Sana is a robot.
Yes. She has been designed probably on a Brazilian model, and they're still training the particular bot to understand Indian languages. India specifically, it becomes very difficult to manage automation because there's a language barrier. There are so many languages. Google Translate is still not perfect. So they are training and training that machine to understand. Probably if it gets questions, if someone asks a question to that particular, because she's doing weather and only those segments, I think. But they are training Sana to learn Indian language and different languages and probably come out with good outputs. So, other than that, Hindustan Times has podcasts, text to podcast converter. Their automation is used. And if you want to see any used cases of generative AI in media, you should definitely go and check journalism AI used cases. Journalism AI is a London School of Economic Policy a wing. It's a wing of London School of Economics, and it is doing amazing work. Last year, they had fellowships. Before that, they had different collaboration programs. So, actual generative work is being done by those organizations. And you can see certain use cases there. The app is open. You can go and check it there. Journalism AI use cases. If you just do an open search on Google, journalism AI use cases, you can actually find there are around 134 use cases so far. And the fellowship is now closed this year. Again, many people will be collaborating together for more use cases of generative AI. Machines will be trained, but machines will be coming out with not just the fed in inputs. They're going to come out with new inputs. They're going to suggest, they're going to bring out new options for you. That's where it is generating basically. The AI is generating new content, therefore it is generative AI. And it's just a tool, nothing to worry about. It's not taking your job. There's always upskilling. You need to learn to perform better. You are here in the college because you want to be better from 10th and 12th standard education. You're learning something new here. Similar the case is for AI. You have to learn something more. So coming to the implication part, these are some of the challenges which we have been facing, but the very recent one is the last one. Search taking away traffic from publishers. I mean, media houses are really worried about this part because earlier we had Google, and whatever we were doing, there were Google practices, there were Google implementations. We used to put stories and we used to create stories according to that. But now with GPT and GPT being included in Copilot, things are going to change. Probably regulatory frameworks are going to change, and therefore publishers are very worried because ChatGPT is what? It has just changed the way you search. पहले भी आप Google देखते थे. You used to, if you want to search about AI in newsrooms, I would go on Google, I'll write AI in newsrooms, I'll get certain links, I'll open those links, and I'll just figure out my content and I'll try to take out some content from those links, probably give them the credit and put it out. That's what we do in literature review, right? We go to Google Scholar, we do that. But with ChatGPT, the major concern is that there is no regulation. Sometimes it won't even quote, although Copilot is quoting. The links are coming below. If someone has tried Copilot or Bing AI, someone has tried? Anyone has tried Bing AI? Okay. Please, if you have any Microsoft account, if you don't have, just create an Outlook account. Go, you will find the Bing AI over there. It has some portions of ChatGPT. You won't get all the applications of ChatGPT 4, but and even still ChatGPT 3.5 is much better than Bing AI in terms of what the content is being produced. But the search is going to be affected badly because now if I want to search something, I won't go to Google. I'll go to ChatGPT because it is giving me in a better manner. I'll probably still, I'm going to edit it, re-edit it, and then put it forward. But that search is better than Google because I have to take out links. It is more hardworking for me, right? If I want to do a training, imagine if I'm asked to give a media literacy training to any college tomorrow, and what do I have to do? I have to put up a presentation. I have to take out certain points. I have to create new key points, salient areas somewhere. So instead, I have to go to Google. Then I'll go to Google spreadsheet. I'll create that whole thing over there. It is going to probably take me 4 to 5 hours to do the whole thing.
Rather than that, I'm going to simply go on ChatGPT. I'm going to put my questions. It is going to give me a very framed way of answering, and I'll go to Copilot once it comes in India. I'm simply going to put up a slide over there, and I'm going to just put my question. This is what I want. It is going to create all the slides. Similar is with Canva. You just go there, you use Magic Design. It is going to give you 5 to 10 slides over there. I don't like making presentations. Honestly, I don't like making presentations. So rather than seeing AI as a threat or a challenge, imagine I like to talk to people. I like to do trainings. I like to speak about the stuff I know. I like doing storytelling. I don't have to worry about the practical part. What was taking me 5 or 6 hours a day, I'll be doing it in 1 hour probably. And I can focus more on my storytelling part. What do I want to talk to people? How I can probably present this slide to the other people in a certain manner. What all examples can I give? I can focus more on that. So creativity. How are we different from machines? Consciousness. Machines, they don't have consciousness so far. They are still being trained. कभी कभार कुछ emotions आ जाते हैं किसी machine में से, but still they're being trained. And the organizations are keen about that should not happen. So we still have that consciousness. We have creativity. Now people would say that Dallas E is there, Mid Journey is there, and you can create beautiful images out of that. But it is still creating images from the data that is already present there. If I don't know how to paint, but in case I want to paint, my ideas will be genuine, it will be very new. Rather than Dallas E or Mid Journey, which is going to put up something which is already there in their data. It is probably going to combine 3-4 great artists' pictures and give you something. It will be beautiful. But it is still not original creativity. You have that original creativity. You have the conscience. You have the rationale. So you can always stay a step ahead by upskilling yourself. Learn about something. Don't fear anything. I think the whole agenda of this whole PPT would be just that. Don't fear AI. Learn it. Use ChatGPT. Pay probably $20. If not, use Bing AI, which is free. Use something else. Put in questions. Put in your queries. Then you will know what is it answering. And you will realize that it is still very dumb. You can be a step ahead. So obviously there are many opportunities. These are like, there's personalization is there. I can get content as per I want. I want it in certain manner and I can put in my queries and I'll get the content similarly. I don't want to read sports news. I don't want to do anything else. I'll probably get something which is related to maybe Noida. Other than that, improved career paths. It's everything is written over there. You all can read about it. But I'm just picking up something which is close to me. Improved career paths. Why do I say this? Usually, earlier it was said that females, women, they're not very technical. बहुत technical knowledge नहीं होती है. I'll not generalize the statement. There are some women who are brilliant in maths, brilliant in science. But that was the general norm, especially in newsrooms. That women, they are not very technical. उनको कंटेंट में डाल दो, उनको एंकरिंग में डाल दो. डॉक्यूमेंट्रीज भी बहुत कम लेडीज बनाती थी पहले टाइम में. But with the arrival of AI, women like me are able to be part of a team which is technical, which is developing something new for media. So I don't have to completely be technical about it. I can learn some skills about technical portions and utilize it for my framework, and my career is improving. If I compare my career to what it was in 2020, I was simply an editor. Today, I am loving the way things are going ahead. So you just have to upskill yourself. You have to learn, keep learning, keep motivating yourself to learn whatever is going on in the market. So this is the need of the hour. And implications, of course, efficiency is improved. It can lead to job creation and losses. There will be losses, but there can also be creation of jobs. Only if you know how to utilize the whole scenario. Responsible AI is the need of the hour because right now in India, our laws are very lame. We even don't have 4G level laws in India, cyber laws in India. So there's a very important need to have regulatory frameworks, policies coming from the government. I think all these AI related stuff was happening around 2011 in US. Now they are meeting the tech giants. You must have seen in the news now Sundar Pichai and Satya Nadella, they all are meeting with Joe Biden to discuss how responsible AI can be implemented. So it also took them years. Now they are in that phase of generative AI. We are still into automation phase. We are still trying to learn how to implement automation. Forget about generative AI. But there are cases going on. There are people who are trying to implement that. But it will take some time. So our laws and policies need to be improved. Other than that, societal inequalities, of course, if there are job losses, it is going to affect the way, the lifestyle, the way people are living. There can be inequalities between gender disparities can be there. There can be all those things. So there's a growing need for AI literacy. People need to be informed that just learn, read, go through it, try to understand it. Because if you will not, you can't just fear anything and stay back. You have to, if anyone has heard Geoffrey Hinton, who is considered as the godfather of AI, he just recently quit from Google. He said he is the godfather of generative AI, by the way. He was a godfather of generative AI. But there's this interview on CBS where he says that I created this because I wanted to study how our brain functions. That's how generative AI functions. In short, if I tell you, the way our brain works, that's how the network works. He created that, he wanted to study that, but now it is out of his control. So now he feels that there's a need for responsible AI and he has quit his job. He has come out and he's trying to speak out whatever his feelings or thoughts are on generative AI. Please go and watch that interview. It's on CBS 60. Geoffrey Hinton. You should definitely go and watch that interview. So there's a growing need for AI literacy. People need to be informed about what is happening around. ChatGPT, Copilot, Bard, and others. Some people have tried ChatGPT. If you have not, it's very simple. Just go and log in it through any account, Apple or Google account, and you can just work on it. Being AI, you need a Microsoft account for the same. Google Bard is not available in India so far. And other than that, on the same case basis of ChatGPT, there are many other chatbots where it's basically a conversation model. ChatGPT is what? आप अपनी कुछ query डालते हो और वो आगे से आपको respond करता है. So it's a conversational chatbot. So on similar guidelines, there are many others which are there. The right prompt, I think ChatGPT related, this is the only thing which is required. What is the right prompt? How can you get the right answers on ChatGPT? I would never suggest anyone that don't use ChatGPT, especially in the education sector. I'm not sure about India, but in US, there's a lot of debate going on that how ChatGPT is a disruptive technology for students. And you can follow this person's blog. He's doing amazing work, Ethan Mollick. He is the associate professor at the Wharton School of University of Pennsylvania. So his blog is one useful thing, and he keeps trying with ChatGPT, GPT-4. He's doing amazing work. Just follow him on LinkedIn or anywhere, and you will see such amazing use cases. He's trying to develop an education platform. He did that actually. He built an education platform just through one single prompt. So it was all about, probably there was a quiz or something. There was quiz and game, and the kids were in his class were trained on that quiz and games, which were developed by ChatGPT. So there are some basic, ways to use ChatGPT. In fact, there are many offices in India who the CEOs and CIOs over there have asked the employees to use ChatGPT now. Not in media, because it's an information economy. So here, plagiarism and other stuff is important. But there are many offices, marketing and sales, and other places in India. I mean, my husband's office has allowed ChatGPT. They want people to work through ChatGPT so that their boring work is done through ChatGPT and they can concentrate more on the creative part. So just go and try it. It's very basic. You don't need to, you can simply either put a simple statement. Don't use jargons. Don't use slangs over there. Try to be very specific to what you want. If I want to know, suppose, how is AI is being used in Indian newsrooms. Now, this is not very specific. It's very vague. AI in Indian newsrooms. It's not very specific. If I want to ask this, I should probably put a prompt like artificial intelligence in Indian newsroom. Elaborate on artificial intelligence in Indian newsroom, especially personalization of any particular channel if you want to ask. But the problem is it's not in real time. There's only data till 2021. I think we all know about it. The chat GPT is not real time based. The data is only till 2021. If we get a chance to lay our hands on Copilot, that will be having real time data. ChatGPT 4, the way they have included, so that will be having real time data. But the current ChatGPT 3.5, which is free, is not real time. You will get data only which is fed in it till 2021. So you might not get certain good answers. There might be hallucination. There might be, one day I had put Devika Chibbar, a scientist, and it gave me a proper profile of me, which is obviously not there. There's no Devika Chibbar as a data scientist. There is Devika Mehta as a data scientist, but there's no Devika Chibbar as a data scientist. But it gave me all that information. So you have to be specific. Also, you can add superlatives, like be an expert on defining such and such theory of media communications. And it is going to write beautiful answer. You have to be conversational with it. In fact, just yesterday, I wrote, the chat gave me some answer. And then I wrote thanks after that. And then ChatGPT replied to me, "Oh, it's okay. If you want to know any more questions, just let me know. I'm still here." Something like that. So it's very conversational. Please go and try it. It's amazing. But always check your facts. Don't depend entirely on it. Also, about the prompts, what else? You can use, add tones, voice and style guides. You can add authors to it. So it's actually very amazing. One should go and try ChatGPT. And once again, Ethan Mollick, please follow him. He's doing great work in the field of GPT. He's creating amazing use cases, So this is a mixed bag of what is happening with AI. This first story which you see, this person, this is basically a deep fake. It happened in some international news. This person was created. It was shown that this person is from Seoul. He is a star and he has committed suicide, and so and so and so. And many international media organizations covered it. Then some Indian organizations also covered it. So a challenge of AI, this can be. The second story is about Thomson Reuters. They are going to invest $100 million for generative AI. And when I say Reuters, proper the agency Reuters. So we are going to see amazing cases next year. What all stories or what all automation things they are doing. Then third story is about Geoffrey Hinton, as I was talking about, the godfather of AI. Fourth one is a book on ChatGPT for the education sector. It's available on Amazon. It is by one of my known acquaintance basically, and they have some amazing concepts which they are trying in US for the education sector because of AI and ChatGPT. Then the New Yorkers, this is the cover of New Yorker, last week's New Yorker. So you can see if the New Yorker is covering things. So it is important. It is vital for our economy now. Chegg, this ChatGPT destroyed this company in real time. This is an education-based company like Coursera, Udemy and all. It is something like that. And the shares fell drastically in real time because the students shifted to ChatGPT for answers. Although they have recovered, now they have recovered 17% of their stocks. But, and similar things happened to 2 or 3 more companies. So because of ChatGPT. So there is challenge, there is opportunity. How do you utilize it? It's on you. And partnership on AI is an organization. It's a setup basically which is coming up with responsible AI. So you can follow them as well on LinkedIn or on their website. And they are trying to create ethical guidelines around artificial intelligence in media. So they keep coming up with their posts. You can also follow them. And that would be all from me. I think Azhar would be waiting for his next session, but if someone has question, I would love to answer them. I think I can see the chat from here, right? Someone is asking me, ma'am, can you please very briefly explain ASI and its approach? Ma'am, Neelu Sharma has asked that question. So we are nowhere closer to ASI. ANI is artificial narrow intelligence. And the second one is artificial general intelligence, where the machine will start, it will not just be automation. It will start having sentiments. It will start answering you back. It will start learning from you. The human sentiment, the human creativity will transfer. Things have started happening, but it's still not AGI. We are still not in AGI phase. And ASI, super intelligence, the enter of Terminators, super robots. Chip, which was that movie, Rajnikant wali, jo movie thi. So that is ASI. ASI, we are still very far away from ASI, but with the things that are happening around, you never know. Yes, please. I'll answer to you lately. I don't see any other question. Azhar would be waiting. Hanji, please answer. Thank you so much, people. And if you have any questions, you can always get in touch with me on Twitter and LinkedIn. I'm available as Devika Mehta on LinkedIn and Twitter. You can always get in touch with me, always ready to answer your questions and trying to explain what I know better in a better manner, probably. So thank you so much once again. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Devika. Is there any questions from the audience? Yes, participants, online participants. Yeah, there is one question for you, Devika. It's just taken you. Yeah. Explain. Yes. Yeah, she has just done. Yes. Any other question from the participants? Can you please switch on the camera? If you have any questions, you can ask. You can write it in a chat box. Okay, so our next guest is already with us. Yes, Mr. Azhar is with us. Mr. Azhar, can you please switch on the camera? Yes. Yes, your mic is off, Mr. Azhar. Can you please switch on the mic?
Can you try now? Hello?
Yeah, you are audible now.
Perfect.
So, Dr. Azhar is with us, and I would like to give you a brief about Dr. Azhar Majpe. He's an enterprise architect for AI, PT Group Bristol. He's an enterprise architect or CTD Emerging Technologies with Lloyd's Banking Group from March 2023. He was an enterprise architect for artificial intelligence from February 2020 to January 23. He was innovation architect for Zeta Networks from November 2016 to January 2020. He is learning and applying technology for last 20 years. He is working with BT Technology, providing AI strategy to all the BT businesses, BT Global, BT Consumer and Enterprise, and corporate units working on E2E data, AI strategy for service operations that includes components such as Dynatrace, ServiceNow, Salesforce, etc., for insight generation using on SaaS platforms. So we welcome you, Mr. Azhar. So now we'll be having, sorry.
Can you see my screen?
He has
shared
joined
the.
us from UK. So, sir, you are most welcome. And now, today, in today's session, we are looking forward to have some more insights on AI from your side, sir. Over to you, sir.
Yeah. Hello. Thank you for the welcome. Can you hear me properly, and can you see the
Yes,
screen
you're
that I'm
completely
sharing?
audible, sir. Yes.
And can you see the slides?
Yes.
Perfect. Just to clarify, I am no longer with the BT group. I have recently changed over to Lloyd's Banking Group. My overall function still remains the same, setting out AI strategy. So yeah, but that's just a small clarification. But thank you for the introduction, and let's get going. I was sitting through Devika's excellent presentation on ChatGPT and various other factors associated with it. It's really interesting. What I'm trying to do here is to take a wider view of things across media, right? Because ChatGPT is one aspect, but there are lots of other things, as Devika has also mentioned, right? In terms of image generation, mid journey, so on. That's out there and it's coming up, developing really fast. So we all need to be sort of keeping that wider view. So what has happened is that earlier we used to have, our standard sort of, AI was about, implementation challenges, right? How do you get data, ML ops, that kind of very, very technical stuff, right? And automation, bringing in, getting things from manual processes to very, very sort of fast moving AI based processes. It was all, very technical, very technical. Then what happened was, as it started to grow, we started to realize that actually there is all these issues of ethics, privacy, explainability, that even Devika has touched upon. That this realization was beginning to grow, that technical stuff is all right, but how do you actually make it into the real world, especially when you have such strict regulations on data privacy and so on, right? And while still struggling with that, trying to understand, people were building frameworks, how to assess threat of AI and all that. What happened was, we had this sort of massive push with large language models, chat gpt, generative AI, right? And it just landed on our plate. So then we were now forced to think of a lot of the issues that, that Devika mentioned, such as, job losses. What does it mean for a society? What does it mean for economy? What does it mean for us as valuing ourselves as humans, right? If the model can create a better picture than I can, right? Me being an artist, and what does it do to me, my psychological state? And also environment, right? Because all these models, they are trained for years, right? And require a lot of energy to train, which is itself a big challenge, because we are impacting the environment. So this has kind of just come up very suddenly, and we are still trying to understand. Still questions are being asked, right? We did not expect this to happen so quickly. Uh, so in the media context, there's four things basically that we can use to box, where AI use is coming in. So there is, recommendation, where, how do you promote your content? There's curation, fact checking, blocking fake news, involving the viewer. There is digital avatars, right, where we are replacing humans with online versions, right, for things like metaverse applications, right? Digital banking is one of them. Your sort of digital retail stores are one of them. So there are some things that are still coming up, right? And then there is, machine processing, which is where we put our, generative AI, all sort of translation tasks, speech to text, transcribing, summarizing, all the things that, we were talking about in the previous session. uh, but the problem is, with all this, in play, uh, we had this kind of explosion that I was talking about in the previous slide, right, where you had all these different platforms coming up, right, that could generate images, text, videos based on prompts, right? So if you think about, let's take, because you're talking about media, visual image is a very important fact, right? A very important artifact for us to produce. uh, we have all these kind of different news items that we are seeing, right? That the quality of the models is so lifelike, so realistic, that they can put anyone's face in any context. It doesn't look like it's being generated as a fake. Why? Because these things are not using a photo or an image that was taken, and they are not modifying that. They are actually creating an image from scratch, So there is no original source for you to compare in many of these cases, right? That's what makes it very difficult to distinguish fakes with generative AI, because there is no original source, there's no original audio, there's no original interview that you can go and look at, right? Then the other interesting thing that has happened is that where photographers and other sort of technicians are using AI in their day-to-day work, right? And this article that I read about this German artist who used generative AI to create a picture which won an award, a very prestigious award, right? And he claimed it. He claimed, he was very open about it. He said, "Look, I didn't take this picture. It was taken, it was generated using AI. So I'm not going to take the award." But he was ethical about it. But he was just showing that how easy it is to use these powerful technologies, right? And what impact they're having. And then this is a third one, right, where somebody created fake photos of Trump being arrested, right, using AI, generative AI. Now, the point was that, as I was saying, right, there used to be something called a finger test that you could do in AI-based image generators, where it was not very good at generating realistic hands. So either it would have missing fingers or it would have extra fingers. But that also is now going away, right? Because the models are being trained even more on actual hands. That it's you can't use that to distinguish a generated image from a real image. And then there's, as you say, visual impact is massive, right? Text is good, but if you see a picture, you will react in seconds, right? Text you still have to read and absorb. Let's look at the text generation capabilities next. Was sort of the focus of the previous session, right? I think Devika mentioned this as well, that there's a boom of books being written by AI on Amazon, ebooks, right? So people are using ChatGPT and other platforms to frame their thoughts and then for it to write as per their directions, right? Uh, there is also news sites that are driving the content using AI tools like ChatGPT, right? So instead of actually researching the news, investigating the news, they are just using whatever they find on the internet and using a generative AI tool to generate some news items. And it's just a very big content industry, right? Because it's already very easy for us to process Twitter streams, Facebook streams, all the sort of Instagrams. We can already process that. Now, when you add a generative AI to the top of that data collection, it can literally combine those data streams and generate a lot of new content for you, which most of it might be fake, right? Because obviously that's what your intention is, clickbait. And finally, there was this German magazine, which is like a masala magazine, as they call it, right? It's a gossip magazine where they did an interview with Michael Schumacher. They obviously didn't interview him, but they just did it, and it was big news, right? It was massive news. Why? Because the content looked very real. It did not seem like, oh, it was something random that had been published. So this is where the point comes in, where we look at quality, right? Where quality content is being generated through ChatGPT. Right now, quality I'm giving in a very subjective way, so don't think quality means good English and good uh, you know sort of facts and all that. What I'm saying by quality is, what I mean by quality is a subjective element, right? What I find, if I want gossip, then a good gossip magazine would be quality for me, right? Something that is a really interesting topic for gossip. I would love that. If I'm interested, for example, in Michael Schumacher, then something like this would have been, I would have felt it with quality content, that they got an interview with him. Language is not a barrier, because a lot of these models can generate output in multiple languages, or you can run them through a translation model, right? Generate it in English and publish it to 20 languages in a click of a button. Uh, this speed is the key thing to keep in mind, right? That now you don't need to type out everything. So this quality and a rapid deployment of content is something we need to keep in mind. We'll discuss a bit more later in the presentation. Uh, Video generation platform. Let's look at this, right? So this is a thing that's really sort of coming up. It's building up now after text and image. But once this is sort of more established, then what you would find is that a lot of movies, multimedia content being generated, right? So you don't need cameras and stuff. You just go with prompts or go with your ideas and start generating videos, right now the videos tend to be a bit blurry, and there are a lot of it's not very good quality, so you can still make out that these are generated videos, but it's still improving immensely. Every 6 months we are seeing that the capabilities next level up. More and more concepts are coming into these generated videos. It's not like the faces are not deforming, hands are not being generated like in a weird way, or movement is not jerky. It's all improving. So this is definitely something that you need to keep an eye on. So let's look at what will be the impact of all this that we have discussed, right? All these kind of generative AI platforms. How will they impact the four basic phases, where we want to identify a target audience, what content we want to deliver to them, what channel we want to use, what platform we want to use, right? Then we prepare the content, right? Then we publish it. So we publicize it, promote it, maybe get a deep fake Shah Rukh Khan to promote our latest article or a latest image or whatever it is, and then consume it, right? So consumption is very important, right? Because with a rapid onset of this content being generated, we want to make sure we are reacting very quickly to changing trends. So this consumption part, understanding, collecting feedback from users, using these generative AI platforms is very important, right? So let's go a bit in detail. So in the identify phase, right, there is no need to restrict to one type of media. So you could have a picture generated, a text generated, right? And you can also have multiple segments being targeted. So you can sort of tweak some of the things that Devika has described, right? You can tweak the way the output is generated by talking about or by prompting for specific styles, specific lengths, specific content type, right? You can say, okay, write like a newspaper reporter, a 10 line article or 10 line summary of this topic, right? Which will be really, really crisp. And the same thing you can do for write a longer article, a more sort of general purpose article, 2-page article, whatever it is. You can kind of start changing. Right now, there's still some restrictions on maximum amount of length that these models can generate, right? But that will also go away. It's already quite a bit. Then in the prepare stage, right, you can actually do all kinds of generation as I've described, but you can also do processing of that generated content. So you can say, okay, now I have a full length magazine article. Now I want you to auto summarize it, right? I want you to fact check it. What could be a statement that's ambiguous, right? So for example, if you're an ethical person, you say, okay, I'm using AI to write this stuff, but I also want to make sure that I'm not doing anything that will open myself to complaints or criticism. And then you can also do the other way. You can say, I'm going to write a concept in my mind. I want to write about this topic. These are the concepts I have. You write down a paragraph, and you can ask it to expand it out for you. So say, okay, expand this out with these main ideas, right? Then you have the publish phase, right? So publish phase would be that you can actually publicize it using various platforms. So you could make a tweet out of it. You could make an Instagram post out of it, all without coding, right? So it's all click, 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 right? The website generation one Devika had touched upon, where somebody created their own education website without coding anything, which is now there are lots more examples of this, right? So people are able to create their own shopping websites, their own sort of publishing houses and stuff like that, using chat gpt, right? Because it will create the code for you. With GPT-4, it's even better because you can provide a sort of sketch of what you want your website to look like, and it will code it up, right? And you just copy paste that code and it's done. You can, as I was mentioning, generate promotional content around the main content, right? Like you could create a fake celebrity promotional video that this is a really good article, something like that, and that could get viral very, very quickly. In the consume phase, right, as I mentioned, like we can use AI to analyze feedback. We can rapidly regenerate content. So remember when I told you that you had a concept in your mind, you type out a paragraph and you give it to ChatGPT and ask it to create a longer article. Now, if content once it's published, you're getting some feedback from people, right? Oh, you didn't talk about this, or this is incorrect, or have you thought about something else? So now with that, you could just go back to your original paragraph and you could say, look, these are the things I missed out, or these are the things that are incorrect. Take that modified paragraph and put it back in, and rapidly you can get another article out, and you can update the current one, right? And this is a question of minutes, not no, we're not talking about days and hours, right? And finally, the important thing, which is sort of the critical thing here, is about generating new prompts, where you can actually understand how to drive the generative AI platform based on what feedback you're getting. So, for example, you could ask it to change the style, ask it to reduce the length. There might be some specific things you want to prompt about, right? That you're detecting in your feedback. So this is all sort of a closed loop kind of thing that we are moving to now. I want to pause here. Any questions or anything? Because next we'll go bit more into the technology side, just so that people here understand the keywords and things when they read. Right. So, any questions?
Yeah, any questions from the online participants? Any questions from Mr. Azhar? Any questions?
That's all right. So let's carry on. We can discuss more towards the end. Uh, so let's demystify the technology a bit, because at the end of the day it might feel like magic, but it's not, right? So this actual model that they are using as the base architecture for it, or you can say like a building block for this, is nothing new. It was introduced by Google in 2017, right? And they lost this race of actually making that scale up, right? That race was won by OpenAI, right, with the GPT. So when we say scaled up, right, scale up means that you need massive infrastructure to train a really big model. So think of it this way: like you have a brick. I designed a new type of brick. What Google did in 2017, but OpenAI came in and they made a skyscraper with it, right? Or they figured out how to use those bricks to make something really cool and artistic, right? So this is what OpenAI has done. They have actually scaled it up, massively scaled it up, put in all the money and investment, right, and built a model that has got over 1 trillion parameters, right? Which parameters mean more parameters you have, more uh, relationships you can learn. So think of it like this, right? Like a sponge. A bigger sponge you have, more water it will soak up, right? A bigger the brain you have, as a child, if you compare to a child can't do a lot of advanced things, right? They learn it as their brain grows. So as the brain grows, they learn more concepts. But at once your brain stops growing, then you find it more and more difficult to learn new concepts, right? That's what people say, right? That as you grow older, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. You might learn something new, but you have to forget something, because your brain is still finite in size. It's not like a hard disk you can put in a new one when the old one runs out. Uh, so this also has been sort of pushed by availability of data, right? So they for GPT-4 they're using 45 terabytes of data, which was not possible before, because these data sources are actually all internet crawls, right? Crawls means that they go from one website to the other website following links and extract all the text. So you can get a very dirty data source, right? Why? Because it will have all kinds of fake news, it will have all kinds of conspiracy theories, it will have all kinds of negative comments, foul language, all the biases that sexism, ageism, all these kind of things you will come across. So it's a very dirty data source, but the point is, it is a data source, a massive data source. So when you use this massive data source with lots of compute, lots of time and money, you get what you call a large language model, right? Large means the size of the model is high. It is very large, like 1 trillion parameters for GPT-4, right? And through its interaction with all this data, it has learned how to relate one word to another word. It has learned how to build a model of the human language, right? Now, once you have this raw model, what you do is you actually fine tune it, right? Fine tune it using human feedback or your own example. So for example, if you're a media house and you wanted to fine tune the large language model, you would take the articles that you have published, which may not be accessible to the public, right? So which it may not be a part of this raw data that I was talking about. you take those articles, the clean, curated, well written, fact checked articles, and you take this raw large language model and you train it. You say, okay, I want, now you learned how to speak English. Now learn how to speak English the way we do it properly in this organization, in this newspaper, in this television channel, right? Learn from what content we have produced. All this takes a long time, right? It is not trivial. Even today, it may be very difficult for companies to do that. Um, so I'm going to skip this prompt because I think Devika explained it quite nicely, right? But what will be important are three things that companies will start to build up, right? The first one is a prompt database, right? So what is the important thing for your company? What is that will sort of identify the important values, the brand values of the company, right? Subject matter experts will be there, right? Because they are the ones who really understand what angle they want to take, where they want to take the story or the content. And then governance, obviously, because you have to make sure that nothing is crazy, nothing crazy is outputted, right? Yeah, so definitely we will need people who understand how to govern, right? And this point about output, and I put this in at the last minute because Devika spoke about this, is very important, right? The text generation specifically can is has a standard tone and style of output. So if you read one chat GPT article with the other, it will read quite similar in the sense, in the tone. I'm not talking about the content, but the style and tone is very dry, right? But this is not desirable because we want to have the personality of the right person writing it, right? Personality shining through. We want to have their voice shine through, right? So it will need to be incorporated in some way or the other. So Devika gave, I'll tell you one very good example that Devika gave about the check where it said ChatGPT killed this company. Actually, ChatGPT did not kill the company, right? It was the CEO of the company who actually went on record to say that ChatGPT can do most of the stuff that they are doing. So it was a human that killed the company, right? Because their tone and output that they produced, very negative sentiment that they produced, led to a fall in shares, right? Now imagine if they had changed that, if they had said, oh, we are also using ChatGPT, but we are also using humans in the loop. So our content will be what you can get out of ChatGPT plus our secret sauce, right? The experts we have. Then it would have been a very different tone, very different maybe reaction from the market, right? Maybe the shares might have gone up. So this is something about how the structure of chat gpt, because Devika was going to touch on this deep dive. I thought I'll also do a sort of very short section on it. So as Devika has mentioned, so September 2021 is the date when the data ends, right? It's designed around a dialogue pattern. The interesting thing is that whenever you look at chat gpt, right, this is the prompt, right? So I asked it to tell me about Amity University. uh, it gave me a sort of response back where I can also do human feedback, which is where they understand whether the prompts they're generating are proper or not, right? And then the actual response. Now, if I sort of carry on, this was a big response. Now, and I want to carry on the dialogue. I say, okay, you gave me like about 5-6 paragraphs. Can you summarize the above in 3 lines? Right. So this is a dialogue. So what has happened is, in this case, the whole conversation we have had so far will be passed, including the new question that summarizes above in 3 lines. So it understands what above means. It understands that, okay, I asked it to talk about Amity University. It generated a lot of data, and then all of that I have to take in and sort of condense it down, right? Um, so we have actually like a history or a journey that we are on every time you start a new interaction with chat gpt, right? uh, Now I wanted to give one example that I found very interesting, right? And I want to get your opinion on it. And Devik also mentioned this, about references and things like that. So this is a question I asked, right? Tell me about Queen Elizabeth II. We had the King's coronation yesterday, a few days ago. So I thought, let's try it, right? Now, then I asked it to provide references. I'm not going to show you the answer what it provided, but it gave me some references, right? So as you can see, they are all very recently accessed references. So can you tell me what the model's response would have been? I just like to open the floor here. Anybody, can you tell me what it would have said, given that it's looked at references, say 1 month ago? What do you think it would have told me? Devika, I don't know if you have tried it or not, but what do you think? Well, I won't keep you in suspense. This is what it told me, right? With all those references, all those things, it told me that Queen Elizabeth II is the current Queen of the United Kingdom, the Commonwealth realms, right? Which is not correct.
Because it
But
has been dated till 2021 only. So the queen
exactly,
still survives. She's still alive. She's still there.
exactly. But you see, the references it gave with the current thing, if you go to these references, you will find that they actually tell you that the Queen is no longer alive. So it has actually picked out the reference, but it has not processed the reference. So it has made it feel like, oh, it is accurate.
So you
But
have to go and
actually,
cross check it because the links are
exactly,
talking about 2023 and the data is only available till 2021. So you have to go and
exactly, exactly, exactly. So this shows that there's a lack of backward planning, right? So backward planning would be that if I asked it to tell me about Queen Elizabeth II, it told me that she's the current queen. But then when I asked to provide references, it was not able to process the reference and backtrack and say, oh, sorry, I made a mistake. Actually, as per these references, she is no longer alive, right?
So it hallucinates. We all know ChatGPT, it hallucinates. It will give you something else.
It's actually not hallucination, because hallucination would mean that it's actually stating a fact. So if you go back to September 21, this would be correct. So it is not, it is just not been updated, and it's not able to update itself on the fly, right? So this is called a backward planning problem, where you do, because remember we said it's a journey, right? So once you've taken a couple of steps of the journey, you cannot go back and say, oh, actually at this point, instead of turning right, I should have turned left. ChatGPT can't do that. It's a one-way journey,
But
right?
if I have a small question here, if like this Chat GPT is trained on data till 2021, but if it is included in Copilot, there it will be picking up real time data. So there it will be giving us the right answers, right?
That's the problem, right? So it depends on whether it is able, it is, as of now it is not able to do this backward planning. That's what it would need, right? So think about this. So it has data, right? Whether when it's responding to you, the key question, it's a very interesting question you asked, right? So the key question is, when you ask it a question and it's able to bring in external sources, how does it incorporate those external sources into its response, right? Because if it is saying that, okay, I'm going to read the top, say, 1 or 2 paragraphs of the returned response, then it could still miss out some important facts, right? So if you look at this biography.com article of Queen Elizabeth, actually they have, the full article is in past tense, but her date of death is actually further down, right? It's actually, I think, 7th or 8th paragraph, something like that, right? So if it's, you're looking at only the first 3 paragraphs, it may not even work, right? So this is where your question becomes very interesting, because you would have to actually do a lot of testing of Copilot to understand where it starts to fail, right? What are its restrictions or limits? Because it's not like a human that can keep digging and absorb larger content and then respond, right? That's what, say, for example, a lawyer would do, right? Lawyer will go through lots of legal documents, your files, everything, and then they will tell you what to do next, right?
Right.
So yeah, it's a
That's
very
where the
interesting
role of
question.
expert comes in.
Yeah, exactly. So another very interesting tool that's out there, or it's not out there, it's basically an experiment at this point, but it's still, it's something that's telling us about the future, right? So Chat GPT, as you know, we've all been talking, it feels a bit like a tennis match, right? That you say something, it gives a response, then you respond, it gives a response, back and forth, right? But Auto GPT is something that's coming up, which is LLM powered agent. It uses GPT-4. So if you wanted to use it, you would need an OpenAI key, right? It's designed to contain, it's designed to sort of complete tasks. To Devika's question, right? So it is like, you tell it, okay, go and do this stuff, right? And it has long-term, short-term memory. It has integration with internet. It can integrate with different tools. Internet access is there. So to get back to Devika's question, it should be able to hold something in its head, right, as a short and long term memory, and allow the GPT-4 model to use the full facts, whether you pull them from the internet or you pull them from your company's database. It should allow to pull all the you know uh, all the information in one place, right? And this is really powerful because this now allows you to fine tune your chat with real data, with real stuff, right? That is probably your proprietary data or internet data that's curated. You have a list of websites that you're allowed to access, that kind of stuff. So this is something we really need to watch out for, right? Because this is adding that concept of, okay, I'm actually doing some work. I'm not just throwing something back at you that I learned in September 2021. So this is the last slide, the key takeaways, and then we can finish with questions. The first one is this is not a incremental technical development that we're looking at. It's a disruptive one, and I think if my thing doesn't convince you, then definitely Devika's presentation should have, because she's really explored this topic quite nicely. Faster content generation doesn't mean better quality, right? Humans are still needed. We need to figure out what somebody will find, interesting as a gossip versus interesting as a technical article versus interesting as a piece about something, right? Um, so humans are needed, and what work we do will change, right? So we'll still provide our inputs. Uh, Fact collection, creative thinking, experience, plain hard work of putting together, impactful content. This will not do, right? It will help you to bring it to market faster, as I've described, in across the board, not just text, but also images, videos, and so on. The raw data that you have, that is going to be very important, right? Because models, everybody will have access to. Raw data will be your own proprietary stuff, right? For example, interviews that you might have taken, photos you might have clicked, right? The problem also is with this using your own data is that it's not very trivial to train your own fine-tuned model on top of, say, a publicly available model. It's not easy. A lot of people are still struggling with the costs, implications, and the skill sets required, and so on, right? uh, Definition of creativity is changing, and this is where I have slight disagreement with Devika, right, where she said models are not creative. Actually, there are claims that these models are creative in a sense where they can actually they are not just combining what they have learned, but they are actually extrapolating. That means they are making 1 plus 1 not equal to just 2, but maybe 100 or minus 100 or whatever, right? uh, and this is a very interesting field where the definition itself, right, has changed. Because why? Because we are saying that what is it not truly creative? Don't humans do combinatorial generation, right? Like we take two concepts, put them together, and bring something new, right? So there are lot of such examples, like Star Wars, for example, right, was heavily inspired by Lord of the Rings. They just took that same journey concept into space, right? Um, and then some points to think about, because this is where this is where humans are really good at thinking, right? Thinking through things. So how can you make your content stand out as this pace of content creation is expected to explode, right? What will it be different? Will it be actually the fact that you are in some place and you're taking a picture or interviewing someone in a location versus somebody who's done it of an AI model? How will you monetize and protect generated content? Another very important point that Devika stressed, that copyright laws, are they impacted? Cyber laws, how are they impacted? I think how are you going to protect your stuff? Because if you can generate a picture, anyone else can as well. So what does your generation have that's worth protecting compared to the other person's, right? How do you customize your content for each and every consumer? Now this is a very important fact, right? Customization till date has been about segments. Oh yeah, we got this segment, that segment. But how about customizing for each and every consumer, right? So understanding, okay, content stays the same, but we use AI models to shorten it, lengthen it, add more pictures, add remove pictures, that kind of stuff, right? Add more graphs and charts to explain something rather than data, or maybe add more data, right? And finally, as a key takeaway, something to think about is that, how would you start using them? Because that's when you will understand their strengths and weaknesses, right? And you will be able to make the whole package better, because you are the human, you have the brains, right? It's another tool, right? A hammer is a tool for one thing, a screwdriver is a tool for one thing. But when you start using them, you understand what other ways hammers can be used for and what other ways screwdrivers can be used for. So that's sort of end of my presentation. Happy to take any questions. Let me just stop the sharing and I can go to the, yeah.
Yeah, Azhar sir, hello. This is Amaya Bal from Somaya College. Actually, I don't have any question, but there is very interesting phenomena which I recently found out with ChatGPT. I was doing one course on Coursera, and in their written assignment, I just tried once answering through ChatGPT, and they sent me a reply that your assignment has to be your original work, not from ChatGPT. So this is very interesting experience that, and did it deliberately because I want to check it. Because I have found out that my students also using ChatGPT for their literature review, probably. So I want to try this experiment with me also. Ki what happens with this Coursera or other platforms like this, and how they are competing with the ChatGPT.
Bilkul, exactly correct, right? So this is what I was saying. The tone and the style of writing in the model is going to be fixed, right? Now, you can try one thing again. If you want to try an experiment, see if you can change the style. You can say write like a college student, or write like a senior technical expert, something like that. You try it, see what happens, right? If you want to take the risk with Coursera, I don't know if they'll ban you or something, but it's always worth trying, because this is about understanding the limitations of the tool, right? So yeah, this is really good, because it's also telling me one thing, right? It's telling me that people are really hitting this very hard. This Chat GPT, they are trying things, which is exactly the right approach. Even OpenAI doesn't know what GPT can do. That there's a paper I can share with the audience, where Microsoft research are talking about GPT-4, and somebody spoke about ASI, but they are looking at, is it AGI, general intelligence, and they talk about these issues, right, where it falls over. So yeah, thank you for your comments. Really interesting. And tell me if you do that experiment by changing side, do let me know. I'll share my details. I'm on LinkedIn as well, so you can just reach out to me.
Sure. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
As such, I have a question. Like this is general concern. It's not a question. Should we focus on writing skill these days? This has coming as an real concern, either in journalism or in research. Because on one hand, in academic, we say that we need to focus on writing skill. Of course, idea to be generated and put it on AI, and they'll generate it. But do we need that? Even in research, you have concepts, ideas, and all that. So, do we need to focus here after? Is it ethical, unethical? These are the questions coming from school children onwards, industry people onwards, as academicians and researchers. This is it. What do you think about it?
It's a very interesting question, and I would turn it around and be bit cheeky and ask you one question, right? So when you're saying writing skills, right? Writing skills for writing what is my question, right? Because writing skills definitely will be needed for example, writing prompts, right? Because your prompts, as we just had this Ameya, right, asked the question, right? If he had been more creative about writing his prompt, maybe it would not be caught by Coursera, right? They would have realized, oh, it's maybe Ameya has added his own secret sauce in the prompt, and it's very original, right? Uh, but coming from a research background, I understand your what concern you're talking about, and I'm going to attempt to answer your question, fair and square. I think it is, if you look at some of the other similar skills that are there, right, that have gotten away from us, right? So for example, cooking is a skill, right, that nowadays even bachelors, they used to be able to cook, but now they don't need to, because you got Zomato and all these services. um, So they might need to cook the occasional thing, right? But general cooking they don't have to do. I think writing may not be something that we need, right? The process of writing, but definitely the process of translating our ideas from our head to a piece of paper, even if it is a way to plan input into a generative AI platform, that is going to be a key skill, right? And then the second key skill is going to be the reading part. That once the generation has happened, right? Does it make sense, right? Can you improve it? So writing maybe a lot bit less, but rewriting, editing for sure. And the core that you start with, the prompts, the ideas that you have to direct the AI, definitely. So it's almost become like, you start the work, somebody does some stuff for you, and then you fine tune it, right? Like a sculptor does, right? They have a basic outline, then they start cleaning it. That skill is going to become far more important, I feel. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah. Any other questions from the online participants? Any other questions?
Mr. Machwe, it was a wonderful session, and thanks for your informative inputs.
Thank you.
To a media academician, what do you suggest? I mean, though Madam Jolly Jose has just asked the question about writing and all, so how should we, what particular two, three aspects where we should be focusing? Yes, one is was given in your takeaway that we have to customize our content for that AI and all. So, how to go about preparing certain focus area of modules for students, and particularly in PG student, and that too now we are transforming. MIT has done it, but the state universities and other universities are transforming to a 4-year program, undergraduate program. 2 3 specific areas where media teachers should focus, or the media teacher should plan a course on this AI related to media academics. That connect I need. I mean, if you can pinpoint, sir.
Yeah, it's a very interesting question, and I don't know if I'll be able to answer the whole thing because there's so many aspects to this. It would be a shame for me to just
Yeah,
summarize it, but
yeah.
I
I
will
just
attempt.
need some certain
Yeah.
2 3 right.
Yeah, I will attempt, right? So I will attempt at doing that. So the first thing definitely is the familiarity with the tools and their weaknesses, right? Like hitting hard part. What I was talking to my hitting hard. Try it. Get the universities to get an account where possible, right? Get some sort of API access. Allow students to try out. Allow students to say have a competition, right? Say okay, whoever can generate the best content from using a generative AI platform. Right now, it's almost the reverse, right? You have to then penalize students who are doing creative work on their own, right? So those are some of the things we can do. We can say, look, let's learn how to use it, right? That's very important. The other thing that they will need to learn with this space is the identification of what is their secret sauce, right? Now that is not going to go away, as I said, right? You will still need to go take pictures, go talk to people, go understand, experience something on your own to translate that. But what is that secret sauce is the key for me, right? If we can educate students to understand that, look, my creativity is actually not in writing good English for 200 words, but my creativity is going into a situation and quickly understanding the key issues involved, right? Then I am bit safe compared to generative AI, right? Because generative AI is not going to go into, say, a village where there's, say, problem with water, or there's, some new company has started and they're doing, organic agriculture and stuff like that. It's not going to go and talk to those people, get the facts out, and write it out. Right? It's for me to understand. So that's the second thing you can teach, right? A familiarity with the tools in their day-to-day life, how to use it, what the weaknesses are. That's one. And the second one is understanding where they can contribute. They can start linking in, right? their stuff. There are a lot of other issues as well here, and I'm happy to connect if you want a detailed sort of discussion later on. Because another thing I'm sort of half thinking about now is also uh, the protection mechanism, right? So whatever I generate, to Amaya's point, right? If he, for example, if he had generated a real novel solution, right? For example, if he had solved a problem using an algorithm generated by ChatGPT, which saved time and effort, then would he be able to patent it? Would he be able to claim copyright on it, right? So this is something that we need to understand, how we can make sure our students align, or the people who are studying right now who will be generating content in a year or so, how can they start thinking about protecting their stuff? But
Thank
this
you
is
so
still
much.
early days for it, so yeah.
It was wonderfully answered by you, Dr. Azhar. Thank you so very much for your insightful session. And I would like to thank Ms. Devika for her insights, as you both have elaborated on the topic chat GPT, as well as how AI is coming into our lifelines and how we should be, taking it in our stride and how we should be working on it. That was wonderfully, expanded and elaborated, and you have actually mentioned that how and whys of the things, five W's and one H, that how the AI will be transforming the human interventions. So wonderful session, wonderful insights. I hope all the participants have enjoyed this horror journey of Chat GPT and AI
Thank you.
interventions. Wonderful session. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, online participants and the patient attendees. I would request Dr. Raza to share the PPT with the attendees so that they will have good insight, whatever you have shared. So we are just concluding this first day of our FTP today. I would like to thank the team, the organizing team, as well as Dr. Jolly Jose, to give us this platform and opportunity to give this insightful sessions from all the industry experts in this field. So we are concluding this ceremony of day one. Thank you so much, and we'll be resuming the sessions tomorrow. There'll be one questionnaire which will be given, which will be shared by the team to the participants, and you'll have to answer by that particular questionnaire by tomorrow. That is just a review of this session, what all things we have just explored during the session, and you will be answering, and we'll see you tomorrow at the same time, 9 a.m. in the morning. Thank you. 10 a.m. in the morning. Thank you so very much for being a patient attendees and a wonderful audience. Thank you so much.